welcome back to Lakeside Legendz, folks, a community of fantasy storytelling. This is Chronicles of Ravira, a homebrew campaign that I am bringing to these lovely people. And we have a special guest today, filling in for Tarvel, who plays Soldier Lore. We have Jacob Oland. Say hello, Jacob.
Hi.
All right, so a few announcements. Eighth Realm streams Monday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And our community Discord, Lakeside Legendz, is open. Join for the memes, the art, cosplay, and all of the Lord of the Rings memes you could ever hope to have.
I've been active this week.
Yeah. All right, so we'll begin as soon as we get back. Welcome back to this next episode of Lakeside Legendz Chronicles of Ravira, where in the last session there was so much talking. Karaku in particular did a lot of talking and a lot of investigating of people, and he had also a fun encounter, shall we say, with our dearest Lord Goldglitter. And Felicity discovered her older sister Ada was in the city of Balbara, where she was with her companions, and met her new brother-in-law, Kylan. And 39 was appalled by everything. And Karina played with some children, saw a pretty boy, and then had a very, very bad nightmare involving a great wolf. So that's my layman's terms of what happened last week. It's hard to break down into a quick recap after everything that happened last week. So go back and watch episode 3 if you haven't, because you're going to be very confused tonight if you haven't.
Say that like we're not.
You're less confused though. It's
Alice,
less.
we have context.
You have
Sort
context. Oh, a little.
You kind of left off what was happening right at the very end. I'm just throwing that out for you.
It's fine.
Oh yes,
It's
and
fine.
then Felicity's pregnant sister was being attacked by an assassin.
There we go. And Karaku being followed by.
3, apparently.
Yeah.
It's fine.
All right, so with that, we're going to begin where we left off with Karina. And you and 39 would be the first to notice that a cloaked man is lunging forward towards Ada.
Boom! I'm getting.
What would you like? What would you like to do?
I'm
Like to
attacking him.
immediately, throw my spear. I think I'm across the practice area from them, so I can't probably get there quickly enough.
Okay, who
But,
has the higher initiative modifier? I'm not gonna make a roll initiative for this one part.
Probably 39, I'm guessing. I do have advantage.
+10.
Yeah, I have plus
Holy
1,
cow.
but I do have advantage. Not that that matters.
Show off.
I have a feat.
Right.
So, roll to hit.
Well, actually, there's a question here. How far is Ada from me?
Ada would be about
Ada, excuse me.
she'd be about 25 feet away from you. She was kind of hanging out with Felicity. They were kind of chit-chatting. And Felicity, you don't notice because your side, you're facing this way, the assassin's coming from this way, and you are still very thrown off from the night before.
I just rolled to see if she'd do something else. Nope, she'll throw the spear.
Okay, so roll to hit.
27.
Jeez.
You hit, and you beam this guy right between the eyes. Roll me some damage.
Cool. That's pretty good. I thought it would be a 10.
A 10. Ooh, very, very nice. Very nice. He's not down yet. He stumbles a little bit and then gets up, and he then pulls his dagger up to throw because he's not quite close enough to add it to stab her. And this is when Karina can get a little...
That would be a 19.
To hit, that definitely is going to hit.
Okay. Thrown. 8 damage.
Okay, yeah, so you do, low-level guy, your spear goes right between Felicity. So Felicity, you see Karina's spear go boom, right past your eyes. And yes, so after that zooms right past your eyes, he does get impaled right through the neck. And he starts... And Karaku, you notice that the guy who's following you has dipped. He's gone. And Felicity, you kind of see that, and you would look around and you see that the third one is being thoroughly chomped on by Kylan's pet, Drake. He's bitten into his leg and is ragdolling him. He's still alive, though.
Can we keep him alive? I'll yell out as I'm approaching, I guess.
Am I here or not? Like,
you have just walked up, Nyx.
Like meeting Karaku sort of a thing? Like...
Triangle.
Yeah, she like walked up and like kind of said like, "Oh hey," to 39 and Karina. Like, who's this? And then as soon as she said like, "Oh, who's this?" the attack happened.
Yeah, no, Felicity's just in front of her sister. She's not going anywhere.
I will run up and pull the spear out and look between both of them, just taking a defensive position, scanning for any other threats.
Okay.
Which is probably when I see the ragdolling happening.
As the ragdoll happenings, Kylan does land off of his Dragonelle, and he snaps his finger, and the Drake just sits. And he pulls his sword kind of over his shoulder, leans down over the guy, and just goes, "Oh well, you picked a very bad day to try this." And he drags him over and tosses him between the group of you, and he goes, just puts his sword on his shoulder and goes, "This will be entertaining. Have at him."
What do we see?
You see a bluish-skinned elf with kind of aqua blue hair. He's got scars all over his arms and legs now from the Drake attacking him. And he has a very distinct tattoo of what looks like a black sun on his cheek.
Is that a symbol I would recognize?
Oh, very much so, Karaku.
Cool. What might that mean?
So, I'm not even going to make you make a history check. That is... I won't say who exactly, but that is the symbol of the organization that works for a dear old friend of yours.
Got it. Dear old friend of the same one that I was just discussing with?
Yeah, y'all. It's a mutual friend of both of you.
Sweet. Cool.
I think you know kind of who I'm talking about.
I think so, yeah, okay.
Suspicious of the word friend.
Mm-hmm.
Friend is a loose.
You should always be suspicious of the word friend with Karaku, unless it's 39, because
Friend.
Apparently he's her sky.
So as I approach, I will just look to everyone. So, how many of you are familiar with interrogation?
No.
Kaz slowly raises his hand. He goes, "I can hit him."
Might be useful.
I broke the last guy's jaw, remember?
Yeah, we do need them to be able to talk still. Actually, technically we don't.
What have you guys been getting into? It wasn't gone that long.
Does anybody want to bring her up to date or them up to date, and I will take care of this one?
I don't actually know why any of this is really exact. Well, yeah, okay, and I'll pull Storm or Phoenix aside, and I'll be like, and just casting an exposition, tell about everything that we've been confusing you about in the Discord chat.
Oh God.
That was one of my favorite things as I was scrolling through TikTok and just seeing Storm post takes 1 week off Chronicles of Ravira thinking it's gonna be a light. What was that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be standing behind Karaku because 39's a little curious about this. She's read books, but she's never.
I'm now just picturing Karaku going. Just picturing 39 going.
Nah, she's definitely hovering, but she's keeping her distance enough to not get in the way.
I am gonna point at the one that we just annihilated. He was trying to stab her, and I point at Felicity's sister. Not Felicity, so I don't know why.
Ooh. Oh yeah, that's a. So Kylan's gonna go. Really? And he's gonna walk up to the guy and cast Revivify on him.
And I walk over. That's when I'll walk off with Nyx and just a little ways to the side.
This guy wakes up and Kylan looks down at him and he goes, "You're coming with me." And he picks him up and starts to drag him away. And he goes, "We won't need you using these." And he takes out a knife and stabs one into each of his knees.
Ooh.
He's like, "We won't need you doing that."
Out of curiosity, did that one have the
Yep,
tattoo
they had
also?
the same tattoo.
Okay.
Does anybody recognize that?
Fortunately.
What are they from?
I have to do a bit more digging to be sure, but I won't say an old associate because I would rather not be associated with them, but someone I'm familiar with, an organization. Kaz, would you mind just picking up this gentleman for me?
Okay. He's gonna do a. Yeah, he grapples that guy. He picks him up and just squeezes his arms together and just holds him in the air.
Right. Now, good sir, first your name, if I don't mind asking.
He just smiles.
Oh, are we going to do this the hard way? All right. In which case, you know what? Rather than doing this in front of the ladies, we're going to do this the easy way. And I'll just reach up underneath my cloak and grab my necklace, and I will do a deep dive using detect thoughts. But in tandem with that, hopefully this will be a DM decision, but if I can, I would like to impose disadvantage by using my dagger to stab just below the rib cage.
Okay, I'll allow that. He's not gonna need that disadvantage.
Cool.
that was a 2. And it would have been a 2 if he had advantage, not disadvantage.
In which case, doing that, I will go ahead and ask him, all right, first of all, just picture the person that gave you these orders for me, and a name if you don't mind. And I am now deep within his thoughts, so he should not be able to lie to me.
So you do know that the orders specifically that came from today were made from a person that he does not know their name under the king's employ, but you see visions of a tall, elegant woman with she's got dark skin with long auburn hair, and she's wearing a very elegant gown, and you just hear her say, "And kill the lad, bring the girl to me."
Right. And this is the tall, elegant woman. Do I recognize her at this point?
You do not.
I do not. Cool. But does she carry any of the symbols in just that quick glance I have at her?
She does not.
Lovely. Okay, no symbols. Right. And how long have you been with the? And do I know the name of the organization?
You do. They are known as the Fading Suns.
Right. And how long have you been with the Fading Suns, my friend?
He says nothing verbally, but in his mind, you do hear 10 years.
Years, lovely. 10 years, interesting. And I'm gonna now be like saying out loud everything that he is thinking, just to hopefully mess with his brain. Yes, I am reading your thoughts at this point. Yes. So would you prefer to just continue not talking, or do you want to make this much easier? Otherwise, I can start asking very personal questions.
He just looks at you, and you hear as you see him bite something.
As soon as I hear that,
I'm
okay.
right next to him.
Yeah.
And I've been holding on to an arrow because 39, seriously, I was suspicious that he was going to do something like this. Can I just stick my arrow in there and flick it out?
You could if it was like uphill or something. You see blood come out of the corners of his mouth and like fill his mouth, and he opens it, and you see his tongue fall out.
Oh.
He bit clean through his own tongue.
Cool, we're doing this the hard way then. Any family that you have? Mother, father, wife, children, husband? We're open here.
All you see is he has a dear friend named Cricket, and you see an image of a young lad who is in the slums of the city.
Right. If you don't want Cricket, I believe was the name I caught. If you don't want Cricket involved in this, I suggest you start thinking of all the information that you possibly can for me, since you can no longer speak. And we might let you walk away, so that you can continue to help your friend.
Oh, he starts to visibly fade, and he just smiles and says, "Didn't plan on living," as he bleeds out from biting off his own tongue.
Oh, lovely. I got plenty of information from it at this point.
Yeah. So Kylan walks back at this point.
Real quick, how much of that did Karaku say out loud? Like, did he describe the lady?
Did you, Karaku?
I would have started describing. I would have said something more like, "Oh, what a lovely dress, nice skin." Things that way. More because I'm trying to just pester him to give me more info.
Okay.
So, Kaz, it looks like he's gone. You can drop him.
Kaz goes and just chucks him, and he lands just in a water trough. That is because since we're at the training grounds, he just accidentally chucks him in a water trough.
Oh, that's gonna get blood in the
I don't know
water.
if I would consider that dropping. But...
It's fine. It's close
Did
enough.
Kylan come back?
Yeah, Kylan walks out, and his white surcoat is now red. Very.
39 is gonna turn toward him. Was it Astana? What does she look like?
And he goes, Astana. She's got long, chestnutty hair, dark complected, very fancy.
Might
quite
be
the fancy
Astana.
lady. Who?
Might be Astana. Yeah.
Oh, you got information. Good. I wasn't trying to.
Oh, fair enough. Yes, I got a little bit of information at least. And then I will describe with more detail who it was.
He goes, very much so. He looks over at Korrigar and at it. He goes, take her home. And he thinks to himself, and he sends. You see him counting on his hands the same way he did earlier when he was casting Sending. And he looks up at you and goes, return to my brother's inn. One of my boys will be meeting you there. And Then tomorrow we'll meet at the tavern to figure out who's going to do what. I'll be back. See you all in a bit.
So we're going back to Gold Glitters.
Yes.
All right. That's fair. And you'll meet us in the morning at the tavern.
Yes. He's become visibly like, and the like kind of jovial, like responding witty is completely faded, and he is just like, go. And he looks at Felicity, and then he looks at Kaz. He goes, protect her. And then he looks at Karaku, and looks at Krina, protect him. She looks at 39 and goes, just make sure they stay out of trouble. And then he looks up and sees Nyx and he goes, and who are you?
Nyx. I was supposed to be with them, left for a couple days, and they got into trouble, so... Tracks.
Well,
You were the one who went to look for the sailor boy.
Aye.
Guessing you didn't find him.
No.
did we
Right.
find trouble, or did trouble find us?
I don't know.
Trouble
I think
followed
trouble
you.
found us in this case.
It followed you.
Right. Well, that's par for the course for me.
So,
Interesting.
so at this point, a group of the Knights of the Order of the Platinum Light do walk up and they are like talking to Kylan. You see Hector among them and you just hear Hector say, send the big boy to them. And he just nods and he goes, go. Like this time a little bit more assertive, like now.
So, so as I recall, when we finished last session, I had also just signaled an ally about the tail. Does he happen to still be around that I can spot?
He is. He's just
Okay.
kind of like looking at you like in the crowd.
Okay.
There's a huge crowd, obviously, that has surrounded you guys after this.
Right. And he, I would assume, works for names, so many names that got last round.
I did lots of name drops because
does he
Trying to
work
update the
for
list right now. I realize.
Alarica?
yes.
Okay. Can I just I'll just step closer to him, like in just kind of a roundabout way, and just ask him in Thieves' Cant to update Alarica of what happens, and see if we can tail anybody from the Fading Sun.
He just kind of looks at it and he goes, I'll put a word in to the lady and I'll do my best.
Thank you, good sir. As always. And then I'll kind of return my way back to the group.
Okay. So the crowd that is surrounded you, you guys do notice that a lot of the paladins of the order are like kind of shooing people away and they're like, all right.
Nyx is
So
Police.
visibly uncomfortable with the amount of people staring at them, but kind
Rita
of
has now
relaxes
moved
a little
past
bit.
what has happened and is telling Nyx all about the hotel rooms. But there's these really amazing hotel rooms that kind of just take on whatever you want them to look like, and it's amazing. It's really actually not everything's really bad here. I mean,
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, we'll have to check them out later. What? Sorry. Who is Astana?
Someone who cannot be trusted. So it seems.
that's about all we know.
Also apparently wants me dead and to talk to Felicity. He'll just say he'll say over his shoulder as he's walking to the body of the dead guy, and can he just kind of search the body for any useful items or symbols or any information?
He's carrying a medallion of the Fading Suns, and You find an envelope missing the letter that was inside, that was in it, and it looks like it was recently cut open and someone took it.
Right. I'll pocket the medallion for now, and I'm assuming the empty envelope doesn't have any liturgy to it, so I probably don't have any symbols.
Nope, it is a blank envelope.
Right, cool. Cool. Standing back up, I'll just return back to the group. So, as of my count, we're now associated with, well, I shouldn't say associated with, we're now involved with a minimum of 4 different groups. 5, technically. Most of them are not friendly. Well, 2 of them are for sure not friendly. 3 of them are for sure not friendly. We may want to return and discuss some things for a bit.
That was what we were already told to do?
Well, there's other things that we have to discuss as well that I need to run by all of you to see if you would be involved. If not, I have something I need to take care of this evening. There's a bit of shenanigan to take care of, if you will, a bit of information to gather.
Then we best go. And 39 is going to do an about face and start heading back to the inn.
So as you guys walk, you do see some people like kind of looking at you, like kind of like paying attention. You see the paladins are like very clearly being like, "Hey, leave them alone. They just got attacked." Like you could actually overhear some of them being like, "Hey, they just were victims. Leave it alone." And you get back to the inn and open the door, and you see Linus, the little half-orc, looking up at a gargantuanly tall man. And Jacob, would you like to introduce yourself and describe your character?
Standing there is a very nearly 7 foot tall man, incredibly broad at the shoulder, thick in the waist, very, very well muscled. He has a large green, kind of very wide hood over his head that kind of wraps around his shoulders a little bit, a broad belt. Everything he is wearing looks incredibly old and tattered. The green hood is sun-bleached and torn and stitched in places. He's got these tattered red fabrics hanging from the belt, along with bits of what may have at one point been armor, but at this point is far too beaten and old and rusted to even function. He is wearing new boots, though. Those are new. And on his back, he has almost comically large double-headed great axe, about 6 feet from tip to tip. And on his face, he's got kind of strong, broad features, a thick beard, but with it's kind of a bright orange with streaks of white going through, kind of showing a bit of age, with the deep lines on his face that make it look like he's always a little bit concerned and frowning.
Him and Nyx will get along very well. So, Kaz, seeing this guy, looks slightly down at him and goes, "Whoa, you're almost as big as me!" And Cullen, what you see saying that is a large, clearly very young minotaur standing about 9 feet tall. And he's just like, "I like your axe."
Colin looks at him and says, "Thank you, lad. By the looks of it, you've got a fair way to grow yourself too. I've no doubt you'll grow fairly tall yourself."
It's like, "Yeah." And then he just looks and goes, "I like him," and just looks at Felicity. And Colin, you instantly recognize Felicity as the woman you were told to meet here by your superior officer, Kylan.
I'll walk up. I'll say, "I assume then that you are Felicity, I believe."
Yes, I don't know your name though.
My name is Cullen. I am currently, we'll say, employed, I suppose, by the Order of the Platinum Light, doing a bit of work for them, trying to just sort of get my bearings. You must excuse me, I'm not quite from round here, so still finding my way around.
It's okay. We're not from here either, so you're in good company. Why are you here?
I was told to keep an eye on you, from what I understand, and well, I suppose it'd be the last few minutes, last hour or so, you had a bit of a run-in with a rather unsavory character.
Yes, some assassin after my sister, I think. I don't know if I was quite involved in it, but I think we're all about to go sit down. If you're going to be with us, you might as well join.
I'd like that very much. It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Of course.
You have a room here this evening, Cullen?
I do.
Lovely. All right. Do we want to... The tavern seems a bit too public. Would we prefer to use a room? You're welcome to mine.
Linus is counting and he goes, "Hey, there's one more of you."
Right, there is one more of us. We'll need another room, by the way.
Oh,
You
Nyx can have mine.
But we can probably have another room.
I don't need it.
Oh yeah, you keep walking out at night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, what? Never mind, that's a discussion for later.
Many discussions for later, Kerku.
Apparently.
Drinks?
Definitely. I'll get them.
Linus, I was going to say, well, Linus, can we have drinks delivered to the room?
I'll get
He
them.
goes, you could send someone to get him. And
Kaz, why don't you come with me? We'll carry the drinks. I think between the two of us, it'll be fine.
Right. We'll use my room, Karina.
All right.
Do we have to?
Is there a reason we shouldn't?
No reason. That's fine.
39 is just gonna hold Felicity's hand and give it a gentle squeeze.
Nyx is like looking between all of them, trying to decipher what any of this means.
leans over. Kaz is gonna lean over and go, "I think Kerku had the fun times that I'm not supposed to know about."
I start shoving Kaz out of the place. And I'm actually chuckling as I go, but not because of, I don't know that happened, so not because of that. I thought it was for a different reason. So I'm shoving him out. And then once I get outside, I'm going to look at, wait, what are you talking about? And
Kaz is good. Yeah, and Kaz is just, "You don't know, Gold Glitter walked out of Kerku's room this morning. Kerku was naked."
That was the body she was talking about.
Oh, no. The
Okay,
connection has been made.
Yeah, we're going to go get
The Kill Bill siren, the in Karina's brain right now.
Somewhere Felicity is like...
Oddly enough, I will be completely honest. That was not the reason that was in Karina's mind of why she had a different reason why she doesn't want
Good.
to
Keep that reason. Hold it tight.
Keep
Lock
it
it
secret.
down.
Keep it safe.
Right, Colin, everyone else, if you would like, let's head to my room. And for Felicity and I think 39 saw as well the interior of his room. The room
If
is
you'd like to re-describe, you may.
Well, the room has completely changed from what they have seen. It is no longer the Victorian Gothic beautiful room that it once was. It is now more of a simple cottage. With it does have a small table in the corner and still a very large fireplace, probably a abnormally large fireplace for this what it should be. But regardless, it is a a very quaint and simple cottage feel with a very simple bed just on the floor.
Okay. So you all enter, and if anyone would like to make any comments, you may. Or is there a table anywhere in your room?
There's one, yes.
There's one. Okay.
Probably enough to fit 4 people or so, but
Yeah. Nyx will go and sit down on the floor by the fireplace. Just cross-legged.
Crisscross applesauce. Got it.
Important.
Felicity's just awkwardly standing at the doorway.
She's like, I don't want to touch nothing.
Not necessarily.
Colin like stoops through the door and is just doesn't lean against the wall, but just sort of stands next to the table, just sort of like perfect posture, straight up and down, just looking at everyone, waiting for people to start talking.
I'll point to the table for 39 and Felicity as well. Just chat.
I'm just gonna give Felicity a little bit of a tug, and 39 will walk over and sit, and she's straight as a board, hands in her lap, ankles crossed.
Yeah, Felicity sits much of the same.
To this point, that Karina and Kaz would come back in. Kaz holding like 15, 20 mugs of ale because he got too many. He's never really had money
numbers.
before.
I was gonna say, if I may, I had ideas of what Karina would have at least ordered. I don't know if Kaz wants to order his own rounds of things.
Oh,
but
Kaz got his own stuff because he's never had money before, so he's like,
fair enough.
beer for my friends.
I would have
13
specifically gotten a pot of tea, and then also one bottle of wine, and then a pitcher of ale, along with. So I would have probably had him carrying some of the extra glasses or tankards. And then she would pull out of her pouch, wrapped very nicely. Also, just she had gotten a chunk of a half of cheese, basically, and some bread, and just sets all of it on the table in front of everybody so that people can grab what they want. And she grabs one of the pints of ale off of Kaz's tray that he's carrying, and starts handing them around. Would take one over to Colin, take one over to Nyx, and offer, just kind of doing that. And then actually we'll probably sit down at the table as well.
Okay, Kaz just sits. Kaz just like kind of like crosses his arms and like low key kind of like stands right next to Cullen, like trying to act like he's cool and tough guy. And he's gonna be like, so what are we talking about? Like trying to deepen his voice on purpose.
Kerku will grab just some wine. You did say you brought wine as well, Riz?
Yeah, she noticed that was what Felicity and Kerku, and she's just not in the mood, but she would potentially have some too. But
right. Anyways, Kara will pour out wine for himself and Felicity and look to others if they want any and pour out for that. But as he's just kind of going about handing drinks around, thank you, Karina and Cass. Are any of you familiar with the Fading Sun?
Kaz goes, is that like a sunset?
Not quite.
Am I familiar with my vast knowledge?
You actually would be a little bit familiar just because they've been popping up here in town, being a thorn in the Order's side, and helping out the King's men a lot. And you guys are the Order of the Platinum Light is an active rebellion against the King, but they control this city. So the King's trying to get back in.
I've heard they're causing a bit of trouble around lately, but politics and all that whatnot.
Yes, politics is part of it. More people don't realize that politics happen as much underground as they do in the courts. Faded Sun is an organization that actively is supporting certain political parties, political groups, and ideals. The 3 assassins that we just encountered were all members of the Fading Suns. The orders came from Astana, but I don't believe Astana is part of the Fading Suns. So as far as my knowledge is, we don't have a connection there other than Astana ordered them for our assassination and or kidnapping. But something that may connect to that, I was asked by an old friend to potentially do some investigation this evening. There is a group of Royal Guard that have taken over a gatehouse and have just not left. They have caused a number of issues in the community and probably are a gateway into the community for less wanted visitors. I've been asked to do some investigation into this gatehouse, find if there's any way that we can enter, kick them out, do any number of bits of damage to them. I understand if this is not something up your personal, either moral alley or desired alleys, but help would be welcome if you wish to join me.
Not standard for me, but I'm not bad at recon.
If you can change into a spider, that would certainly help, which I have seen.
It can be smaller as well.
Smaller would be lovely.
Just don't be a horse again.
Horses were fine.
It's not, probably not the best choice for this kind of thing anyway.
Except
Not
for a
often.
distraction.
A distraction is being taken care of. Luckily.
I'm not terribly sneaky, but I'm good in a fight if you need it.
Kaz just kind of looks at him and goes, "Who needs sneaking? We can just beat him up."
Sometimes that's not exactly the best plan, cause
Right?
Especially when we're trying to bring them down from the inside.
I mean, I
But-
could offer to work for him.
It's
So
not,
could Kaz, although
it's not
Kaz
a
is kind
bad
of
idea.
very noticeable.
And I don't discretion as well.
Yeah.
Lying.
Yes. There's a number of strategies that we could use for this. The easiest and most probably straightforward way would be to have those of us that are more inclined to stealth and reconnaissance to attempt to enter the building, with the others standing by, having some sort of code word, or if you hear a loud bang, which I can create, potentially storming the castle, so to speak. However, I know that is not necessarily favorable. So any ideas would be more than welcome.
What is the intention?
Yeah.
Gathered information to find out what they're up to, why they're in the city, to find any information against the king, against
Well,
anyone that might
isn't
be
it kind of
harmful.
obvious why they're here?
What is your belief of that?
To kill whoever's in charge. Am I wrong? The king wants the city, right?
King wants the city, but to kill a beloved politician would not necessarily gain the city. It would entice rebellion, which they
He
are already
doesn't seem to
actively in.
care about killing people or harming people, so I mean, he seems rather like a tyrant to me, so I don't know, I'm not
Correct.
from here, but it just seems if they're gonna take over a gatehouse, why not just come in and stamp them out? They're vermin that have come in and infected an area of the city. Am I wrong?
It's never
Uh,
that simple.
And Cullen, at this point, you would know that they tried. They did try that once, and it did not go the way they thought it would.
I think Cullen speaks up in that moment and goes, I think they're hoping that you all might succeed where they have failed. There have been attempts, but none too successful. And from what I understand, it seems that this group has a vested interest in you, or at the very least, people around you. Am I wrong?
As far as your
Around us, yeah.
understanding is, you're right on. Yes.
Why would that be? I'm sure you all have your own sordid past that I'm not privy to, but for a group as this to take a particular interest in specific people, there has to be a reason.
I look between Carico and then at Felicity.
Well, I just assume it's because of who my sister married.
Then why not take your sister?
They were trying to. It was under my impression.
They were trying to kill her.
Yes.
But it said the message, right, Carico?
Yes. Felicity, I believe you're a larger piece in this puzzle than you think you are.
What do I do then to help? Do I pose as a patroness? Draw conversation? What's there to be done?
I wish I knew at this point. Right now I need more information before I can start seeing the puzzle. We've got a lot of pieces that appeared on the board very quickly.
Do you have any way to disguise yourself in the meantime, to not draw attention? Or
I
anyone
don't
else?
believe I have that ability, but Colin, it was my brother-in-law that sent you, right?
I'm working in... truth be told, I'm not that well connected to members of the Order of the Platinum Light. I am sort of working off a favor I have with them. They have some information that I need, and as such they see fit not to tell me too much. I was told to keep an eye on you, and that's what I'm gonna do. But if you don't mind me asking, who is your brother-in-law? Who's?
Kaylin Wynn. What's the Wolfrun?
Yeah.
Kaylin Wolfrun.
The guy that is who hired you and who sent you over here to keep tabs.
Colin like thinks for a second, like, oh, yeah, names. I don't have much of a mind for names. Names
Speaking
are different.
Of which, right? None of us have introduced ourselves to
No.
you, Colin. I
Oh
apologize.
right, I'm Cause.
So
And he like is this far from your face, and he's like waving in your face, like.
So, Colin, meet my other bodyguard, Kaz. I've got
Yes.
2 of you now.
You're certainly well protected, ma'am.
I suppose
39
so.
looks away.
Everyone else, would you introduce yourselves, or shall I?
Karina's gonna look at Nyx and roll her eyes. I love that.
Karina, Nyx, 039, and Kariku.
You can call me Care.
Good to
You're-
meet you all.
Yes.
So your plan, if I understand it correctly, is for all of us to go to this gatehouse tonight, and a few of you are going to sneak inside with no knowledge of the inner structure, and then if something goes wrong, you're going to set off a warning that will then cause the rest of us to run in and try to find you before you all get killed.
Well, when you put it like that, so
It's a
negatively, but
that's realistic.
no, you're entirely right. Apologies, sarcasm was
I mean,
to my own strategy.
Well, if I may, if they're interested in the 2 of you, it could very well be possible to use your presence to draw them out somewhere to either a battleground or a place of negotiation of our choosing.
Kaden did mention that they are going to take some measures to cause a distraction. So that should lower the numbers within.
We could lower them even more. I don't see myself being very helpful in combat or in sneaking, but I do have presence, and if they want an audience, perhaps that is something that we can pull off.
Yep.
And
I think we lost you for this.
No, I heard her.
Just
I can hear
unplug and plug back in.
No,
Or maybe it's just me.
Wait,
it's just
I
you.
think it's just you.
okay.
It's you.
It's me. It was me.
It's not you, it's me.
It was definitely me. I'm sorry.
I mean, that's an option too, especially if Cullen and Kaz and I stay with her. Anything that gets started, most likely, we could probably handle while the rest of you sneak up behind. Some of
Cullen-
you are better from the dark.
If Cullen is part of the Order of the Light, especially he's not seen with me, if this is something that we are trying to pull off in that way, perhaps Kaz would be fine, he's not anyone notable, and
So DM note here, Cullen is not part of the order, he's just a hired.
Okay,
I'm
so he's
an
mercenary.
independent
Yeah.
contractor.
Okay, well then never mind. Take
He's
that back then.
He owes Kylan a favor.
Gotcha. So I can take my 2 bodyguards. It's not a lie. Perhaps meet up with some special interest, some audience, see what I attract, and you sneak in.
Certainly an
Hmm.
option.
And Kaz just kind of goes, a rampaging bull's pretty big distraction too.
Also
You're
a
not
pretty
wrong.
big target.
Oh
We only
yeah,
lost you once.
I had spears in me.
Yeah, I don't
Yes,
want
you did.
another version of that.
Right. If it comes to it, Kaz, you will get to be a raging bull. But I believe Felicity's onto something in that case.
Keriku, you said that you do you have any connection to these people that we're going to meet? You seem to know a lot of people. Could you present them to me?
Depends on the people that we're introducing you to. If it is the Royal Guard, potentially not. The King's Elite are not exactly ones that I could communicate with peacefully.
Maybe it doesn't have to be peacefully.
You're not wrong. Astana is someone I could potentially talk to. But I don't know if she is connected with the Royal Guard here.
So I'm still confused a little bit of what exactly are we looking for here?
Well, we don't know.
Information. We just need to accumulate as much information as we can, if that's my understanding, that they might not have publicly given out. What better way to draw that out than a naive person wanting to prove themselves?
But what's to stop them from knowing who you are and just snatching you up then and there, even
They
with
could know who
Cullen
I
and
am.
Kaz?
But that could also be used to our advantage.
I believe
Then-
that is the advantage if they know who you are.
So again, not to poke holes in every plan, but we're going to separate ourselves. Is that the plan?
It's not my favorite choice, but
There isn't many options when you have those who can prevent drawing attention and those who cannot.
Okay.
Put the players where their strengths lie.
If I
as we
can.
all know, combat is not my strength.
I was like, yeah, I wasn't there, but I heard you stuck your hand in goop.
I was investigating, it's what I did.
If I can assuage your worries, you all seem to certainly have quite a variety of specialties between you. It would be foolish to try and put you all in one situation and expect all of you to perform perfectly well. Allowing each other to use your skills and to trust each other to be able to handle yourself can go a long way. And
Yeah.
when Cullen says like trust to handle yourself, he looks at Felicity just to make sure that, just to communicate that like he knows that you're a whole person who can do things.
Appreciate it.
Could we at least pick a place for your meeting that's somewhat closer to the place we'll be sneaking into? So hopefully, if something goes wrong either way, then we can get there quicker rather than somewhere across town.
There is more information I can gather here shortly. Potentially find out where the distraction that is currently planned is going to happen. And either we can add to it or create a secondary distraction.
Is the intention of the current distraction to pull our obstacles from the fort?
Yes, as far as I understand it.
Then we may not be having many to deal with.
The quicker we can get in, the quicker we can get out is the better option. So
it may be prudent to just sneak in and have those stand by.
Wherever you need us.
There.
If the rest of you can trust my skills as an investigator and as someone who can work in the shadows, I will be happy to take others with me, as many as you wish. If we do not wish to split the party, then we can make it work. However, if we do wish to split, I believe sending Karina, Cullen, Felicity, and Kaz separately, either by standby or as a secondary distraction, would work. And then 39, myself and Nyx could enter and do some hunting.
Both those plans on one condition for me. You listen to Nyx and 39. You're the only one who seems to stick your hand in a trap.
If I'm going to be sneaking in there, I'm probably not going to be able to give advice.
Okay, listen to 39 then.
I will encourage him to investigate that which he prefers to investigate beforehand. Investigation before investigation, Karaku.
She's just delivering all this over them.
Do I need to send a babysitter NPC?
No, we have babysitter player characters.
I thought that was me.
That's what Cullen's here for.
Do that.
Felicity's just like grabbing the ale instead.
And 39 hasn't touched any of it.
Right.
Neither is Cullen.
Causes drink like 5.
Cullen at one point just poured his mug of ale into Kaz's cup.
Karina's just been sipping on her.
Yeah.
Right.
She's
Same with
maybe 2 or 3
Carol
sips
wine.
in. But during she's delivering it with just like up in her mouth, just
Kermit tea.
Actually, you know what? Cause needs to make a saving throw.
Of course he does.
Oh, buddy.
Might be
That's
putting
cocked
him
on-
to
That
sleep.
was cocked on a nat 1. Okay, that's a 17 plus
A lot,
6.
probably.
6. He's fine.
This
Why
is
is his con only
happening.
plus 6?
Is this happening tonight?
We could wait longer.
When
I
is the
believe it was
distraction?
tonight. DM, I believe they said it was tonight, right?
No, Kylan said he was going to meet you at the tavern tonight.
Right. And then, but the distraction was also supposed to be scheduled for tonight, if I recall. But,
Kylan said he was going
yes.
to meet us in the morning, I thought.
Okay.
Oh, he said he was going to meet you guys later at the tavern. I think there was miscommunication. He's
Okay.
actually It's actually at this point you hear a little rat-tat at the door, and you hear a very familiar voice. Darlings, my grump of a brother is waiting for you next door.
Thank you, dear. Tell him
Don't you-
5 minutes.
She goes, all right. He goes, oh, and whatever my brother's having you do, try not to lose any vital parts, Kaku.
I give a very questioning look specifically to Karina.
And Blissey just wrinkling her nose as she takes another small sip of beer.
Korean just gives the look of, I think I know, and I'll explain later, but I don't.
Colin's just nodding, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Cullen, you've been around town long enough that you know Kylan's brother, who refers to himself as Lord Goldglitter, is, you know, the kind of man that he is at this point, and you're like, oh. Or however Cullen would react to that.
All right.
So just to clarify, our current plan is that somehow some of us are going to be close to wherever this place is, while a few of you sneak in.
But, sorry, maybe it's just how disgusting ale is, but, why
Cause looks a little sad.
I'm sorry, who are we doing this for, again?
Your brother guy.
No.
Bosh.
Kare's the one who's getting this favor from, but I don't think you've said to who your friend was.
Technically, this is for Lord Gideon Celebar.
But where did your orders come from?
Partially from Kaelin, partially from the current mistress of Lord Gideon. An old friend of mine.
There seem to be several infested parties, and if I'm going to be honest, I am one of them.
Why?
Cause just does it
These individuals are associated with His Majesty, and the King is in the way.
Way of quite a lot, but I am curious in the way of what for you?
Conversation for another time if we are going to be expedient. We are expected.
Another reason to live. Wonderful. Right, well, Kaelin is downstairs. We should not keep him waiting too long. Shall we?
So as you guys go downstairs, Linus is just sitting there, and as usual, I'll keep your rooms tidy till you get back.
Thank you.
As Care leaves, or is leaving, he does just kind of touch his hand on the mantelpiece of the fire and then walks out, though.
Okay. So you guys go across the way with Lord Goldglitter holding the door open, and you walk into the completely empty tavern, save Kaelin and a small halfling that is with him, and yeah, that's it. And you notice that Koragar and Ada are nowhere to be seen. And he sits down and says, well, you know what you've got to do. Do you have a plan?
Somewhat. Is your distraction still scheduled for this evening?
Oh yes, that is where our dear, and at this point Hector comes out from the back. He goes, that is where I will be stepping in.
Lovely.
How's Ada?
She's fine. She's not hurt, but Koragar's gonna be watching her while everything is going on. He's the only one I trust to do it.
Good.
And I will be helping Captain Fancy Armor here, because the two commanders of our dear friends of the king, one of them fancies himself the king of hand-to-hand combat. So we're planning on drawing him out for a little competition to the death.
How many will remain?
Well, he's probably going to bring a lot of his men to showboat. We can't say for sure how many. we did get word that he is very anticipating his little duel with young Lord Shiny over here.
You're playing on his hubris.
Quite.
It's a good button to push.
Shall I
also-
do that?
Can you help do that?
Can I study Hector for just a moment? Does he actually look like he'd be good at hand-to-hand combat? Because that's a
So
big
Hector's
difference
not wearing his armor right now. He's actually wearing his more common clothes, and you can see
Fighter
he's
monk.
not as he's not like as built as obviously some of the people you see in like Korrigar and Cullen and Kaz, or even he's a little bit more
Neither
muscularly
am
built.
I, technically.
He's more muscularly built than Kylan is. He's a little taller, and looks a little sturdier, but he also looks somehow looks more agile at the same time.
Okay.
And
I think Felicity had something.
what you got,
I
Felicity?
thought. I don't know. I thought I heard.
I was just, if we're playing on the man's pride, I just thought that perhaps my presence could be an added bonus to perhaps draw more of them out to watch. And perhaps
just
be
kinda-
impressed.
Kylan just kind of nods and he goes, "Well, I'm helping with the distraction in another way. I won't be there in the moment, so that's probably for the best." He looks at Kaz and Cullen and goes, "As long as these two big lugs are there too, I'm fine with that."
I resent your use of the word lug, but I do accept it.
He just kind of smirks and he goes, "Succeed in this for me and I'll have some info for you."
Good, because that is what we agreed upon.
Oh, I've recently attained some very interesting intel that I know exactly where they are, Cullen.
Can I? Is he being forthright with me? Does he actually have some information, or does he just lead me on?
Do you want an
Kira's like-
insight check?
I would like to insight check.
Do I use it? Do I use it?
I dropped a die.
Give me a moment. I have to look at a feature to see if it applies.
Okay. Hold on. I gotta find a die. I don't want
I'll
a puppy.
say as all of this talk is going on, Karina is getting more and more looking very uncomfortable in her seat, and actually is
course.
gonna just get up and she's gonna just go up to the bar and ask for just a cup of tea and then come back, but she's fidgety.
I would like to use knowledge from a past life, from my time understanding people and ticks and tells and giveaways, and add a d6 to this.
Go for it.
That's a 1.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Either way,
Can I give advantage? If I like look at him with puppy eyes, like, what do you do to my dog?
You know what? I'll let you give him some help. So there you go, Cullen. I'll give you some advantage.
Felicity just looking at him with puppy eyes, like,
I
what?
rolled 2 18s. For so +1, 19, 24 insight.
He's definitely telling the truth, and he very clearly is looking at you like. And he also confirms. He just says, "Keep my wife's baby sister alive and safe, and you'll know exactly where your person is."
Cullen nods. His resting angry face doesn't change, but he does.
Felicity kind of like looks at him in that moment and just kind of looks apologetic.
Cullen like through the side of his beard so that only you can see it, just cocks a tiny bit of a smile.
And Kyle just looks at her and he goes, "Actually, Cullen, you'll be protecting Felicity." He looks at Kaz and he goes, "I have a special job for you, lad. They have I may need help fighting a monster that has been seen outside the walls.
What do you mean?
Well, apparently there's a monster outside the walls, and I need help to find it. And you might be interested, big boy."
He is not a tool to be used like a weapon. Please do not let him get harmed.
I will keep your little lad safe, Felicity. Ada would have my head if I let anything happen to our nephew, so I'm not going to let anything happen to him. That's why he's going with me to help fight a young dragon.
We could also leave it up to Kaz.
Certainly. I'm gonna actually do little DM double
Felicity
persuasion
looks at
check.
Care like, why would you say that?
That's a big persuasion for Kylan. And that is a 2 for Kaz. Kaz is just gonna hear the word blue dragon and instantly go, I'm going. And he looks down at Felicity. He goes, I'll be fine, Aunt Phil.
The last time you fought one of those, I pulled spears from your body. Don't tell me that you will be fine.
He goes, well, to be fair, he's a lot stronger than all of us. I'm probably safer with him fighting the blue dragon than with whatever's about to happen.
It is his choice.
I won't stop you, but and she doesn't like. By the way, she just slides Kaz the medallion that she hadn't had a chance to give him yet. Just come back, okay?
He looks at it and he kind of like ties it around his like cloth on his belt. Just like nods. Kylan goes, right. Well, Hector and I and Kaz are off. Kaz and I are off. Hector will be waiting outside for Felicity and Cullen, and if anyone else is joining them. You lot, this is Zid. And the little halfling just kind of perks up, and character, you instantly recognize he's wearing a symbol of the organization that you've been chatting with.
Oh, Zid, we've heard of you.
Oh yeah, lots of people do. But what did you have for me, 39?
If I could speak to Hector for a moment, please.
Hector just kind of goes, all right. Yes.
I'm gonna pull him aside.
Yes, my lady. So, anything in particular you wish to discuss?
I wish to apologize for our first meeting. You have probably ascertained what I am called by now, but when you asked me, I did not know how to answer. I apologize.
No apology necessary. I was a stranger, and I had just not kind of pulled you from one net into a cage, and I apologize.
That's not the reason. It was more personal than that. I momentarily forgot who I was.
Does this happen often?
No. And it will not happen again.
Good. You seem quite capable, and you seem like someone who I'd very much like to get to know, so please do come back fine.
That's the intention. She's gonna hold out her hand to him.
And you'll take the hand, and he will give it a little kiss your hand lightly, and everyone, you can see this happening.
I have absolutely no idea who this man is. So I'm thoroughly confused.
Imagine if Henry Cavill were a half-elf.
That's not fair.
She's just gonna do kind of this graceful, not a full curtsy, but there is this sort of habit of intention and etiquette behind her manner and when he kisses her hand.
She'll just kind of nod and go, so question for you lot. Who will be coming with me, other than Felicity and Cullen? Anyone?
Karina, that's up to you.
I don't know what purpose I'm serving at this point.
Well, are you better in a fight or better at sneaking?
I'm better in a fight.
Well, I can't guarantee that whether I win or lose to their self-proclaimed king. This stupid king of grappling. Whether I kill him or he kills me, I can't guarantee that the king's soldiers won't attack immediately, so could be best to have all hands on deck.
Fine.
Right. So, Karina, Cullen, Felicity, if you'll follow me.
Zid, are you with us?
Zid says, "Oh yeah, I'm with y'all. I'm here to lead you to y'all's way in to the gatehouse. I've broken into it a few times myself before Kylan and I worked here."
Tunneling?
"Oh no, I got other ways in, and you're gonna like them."
I'm curious. Right, lead the way, Zid.
Alrighty, and just to describe Zid, he's about 3 feet tall. He's got jet black hair except for like one little blonde stripe like through a certain section. It's like a bleach blonde, and he's wearing all dark like navy blue. And as you see, like as you step outside, what little light hits it, the colors actually start to blend into the surroundings as light hits it.
Kara has a little pocketbook, and he's just gonna write a note real fast as they're walking, and just hand it to both 39 and Nyx, and it's just gonna say, "Keep an eye on him, please."
Nyx will just nod very subtly after reading the note.
All right, so we have our little split to the party. We have Cullen, Karina, and Felicity off to watch a fight and totally not get in one of their own. And the rest of the party, well, are on going with Zid to investigate the gatehouse. And we're going to do, because this is the best time, we're going to do an early break this week. And get your snacks, get your drinks, because after the break, we're going for the long haul.
And I'll gently bump the shoulder, very like hesitate, and then just go for it, and then just kind of red faced of like, oh, did I do it bad? Am I about to get punched?
She's gonna hip bump you back as hard as she can.
Oh
no, it's heavier than he expects. And he'll try to, I mean, he's going to try to mimic the motions, but he's clumsy.
If you separate your feet a bit more.
Right, but then you got to twist the blade around to come around the other side, but then the grip, the pommels get...
We did blow up by Lorna.
You still have more words. You have 6 more words.
I did more.
Hurry up!
I did the woodwork.
You got 4 more words.
I want to grab her hand. I helped.
Gonna walk out into the streets, like in plain view of the guards. Stand in front of them. Hello, I am a crazy man. I steal for a living. So oh, look, I am stealing. One of the daggers goes flying into his hand. I've stolen from you. I'm going to steal again.
Watching this, like,
your other.
You. What? And they move away from the gate.
Look, now I am going to murder because that's what I like to do. And he's going.
He's lost his bloody marbles.
she was in disguise, though. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I drop wormhole, and then I kind of just shove people in.
We're going.
you guys are waiting for this whole time?
Here we go! Here we go! Oh my god, there's something more than one! There's 3, there's 4, there's 5! Let's go! Axes are sharp. That's a new t-shirt! What the? What? Is this thing a Gumby? Stretch Armstrong over here? What's that? What is like a dolphin? Oh! What? Is that what? Is that my first real roll? I got a nat 20? Oh! What? Hype train! Chad, there's a hype train! Now's the time to do it! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! God, mother! I don't even know what to tell y'all. That was crazy.
Welcome back, everyone, to Chronicles of Ravira. Last we left off, the party was splitting. Kylan and Kaz were going on their own mini-adventure to slay a dragon. Cullen, Felicity, and Karina were going with our dear boy Hector for his little fight with the self-proclaimed king of grappling. And meanwhile, 39, Nyx, and Karaku were being led by the ever-trustworthy Sid Zamlin as he was leading them into the gatehouse. So first, we are going to look at our little group, and we're going to focus first on Cullen, Felicity, and Karina. Our little trio. You are in the town square. At this point, you see there are several soldiers of the Order of the Platinum Light with you, as you see a tall, bearded man with, he's got jet black hair and very strong muscles, almost as tall as you, Cullen, and walking, and he's got 2 bladed gauntlets on each hand with no armor on his chest, and he's a bit thicker built, not really abs or anything, and he just kind of walks up and he just goes, so you brought a audience to watch you get your ass kicked, did you, kid? And Hector just kind of looks and he goes, they're actually here to watch you die a horrible, painful death. And he then takes off his vest to reveal, instead of the other guy's much more barrel-chested physique, a much more like lean and ripped physique, and he just kind of like puts his shirt on the ground and goes, and they do engage in a hand-to-hand with bladed gauntlets monk fight. So, just to get the mood right.
If I may, Cole, before like just before he goes in to fight, I want to put my hand on his shoulder, and just kind of give him a gentle squeeze, and just say, play to his hubris and don't get caught up in your own, and cast guidance on him just for a minute, but he might need it.
Okay. So he kind of nods at you and he looks forward and he walks up, and they've made like a big circular arena, and from across Cullen you can see a much shorter, stockier dwarven man with a big red beard just with a huge warhammer about as big as he is just glaring at you. And he's stroking his slightly longer than yours ginger beard.
I'm not gonna say anything to him. I'm not even gonna play into what he's trying to do.
Okay. Little fun music for this encounter. So with this, let's actually roll. Okay. Ooh, good. So the big guy comes in and he swings with a haymaker as Hector just out of the way and just does a little light jab as a blade pierces the guy's midsection. They dance around a little, and the same thing over and over. The guy, in fact, for the first few hits, Hector succeeds for 3 hits of dodging out of the way and tiring the other guy out until he's caught square in the jaw with a bladed gauntlet. He's got a little bit of blood pouring from his chin at this point. And then he turns and he starts going to town on the guy's midsection. And Cullen, Karina, Felicity, anyone, give me a perception roll.
Sure.
Yep. 15.
15?
10. I'm going to once again use knowledge from a past life.
I use my passive, or do I need to use my roll?
Use your roll. Unless your passive's higher, then you can.
My passive is higher.
Okay.
19.
It's up to you, though.
You can use your passive, Karina.
Okay, I was a 17 on the roll, but it's a 19 for passive.
Okay, so before you guys notice what you notice, you do notice that they are kind of locked. They're kind of grabbing each other's hands and kind of a face off, and you do hear the big guy go, don't worry, I'll take good care of the girlie. And he goes to throw, and you actually see very quickly, anyone who got over a 17, you see a dagger discreetly thrown that hits Hector right in the Achilles tendon. And you do notice exactly where it came from, so they're cheating in this fight.
I would love. No, just fine. I'm gonna start just slowly. When we walked in, I did not walk in with the others like I was with them. I'm kind of a couple steps behind was my intention. But if that was not seen, it's fine. I just want to start circling around so that I'm getting closer to where I saw that dagger come from.
Okay, are you trying to do this stealthily?
Sure. I mean, it's a crowd of people. I'm not like sneaking like, a rogue would. It's more
okay.
Sneakily doing it like I'm moving through the crowd trying to get a better view of the fight.
Cullen, did you have anything you wanted to do?
I did. If I could direct this what I'm about to do, I want to try. I'll try and draw some attention away from anyone who might notice Karina, and I'll just point across. Hang, there we go. Point across the arena, and I will shout out. Oh God, I didn't think this far ahead. I will shout out, any person attempting to throw this fight through dishonest means will have me to answer to. So that's what I do.
Give me an intimidation check.
Yay!
You're a barbarian. That should be very good.
Well, I don't have a great charisma, which puts it at not suit. Where'd it go?
So, fun thing I do for strictly barbarians with intimidation and sometimes fighters, depending. I will let you use your strength modifier instead, if you prefer.
I would like that because that would make it a much higher roll.
Yes, I will allow you.
17.
17? I'm gonna roll for a couple of distinct people.
Loving the dichotomy of that very epic intimidation followed by yay!
That's playing Dungeons and Dragons with Jacob Oland. Or me at that point too. I'm gonna walk up and smite him. Okay, roll damage. Woohoo! But Jacob's better at dramatic speeches than me. So it works, and you see people kind of fidget, and Karina, you see the guy who threw the dagger trying to like scurry away after he hears Cullen shout.
How far away is he trying to get?
He's about 10 feet away from you right now.
How far is he from the rest of the crowd, the group?
He's about like 2-3 feet out.
I'm gonna let him just get like 3 or 4 more, and then I want to be right behind him, and my dagger is right up underneath his ribs.
Okay.
I'm not stabbing him yet. I'm just right at his ear.
Heavily implying it.
Yet. All right. So he feels that, and he just kind of like stops and puts his hands up, and he drops his dagger.
I suggest you rejoin the group and inform any of your friends that the threat is not empty. And he has backup that's a lot larger than you might think. And I turn him back around, pick up his dagger, put it in his belt, and push him back towards the group.
Okay. So, at this point, we'll say a few more rounds of combat. I actually have been rolling damage. Hector's not losing, but it's a pretty even fight, and they're both. So, and Hector is intentionally trying not to use any of his smites or paladin abilities because he wants this to be an honorable hand-to-hand fight. And it's at this moment that he's doing this, and he actually gets a pretty good shot to the guy's ribs when the guy lets out a roar. And Cullen, you recognize this as a rage.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to use one of his key points while raging to try to flurry of blows.
Oh,
oh
no.
dear.
That's nasty.
Ooh, no. Oh, no.
Nasty.
So that's a nat 20, a 19, and a nat 1. So for the nat 20, he's gonna deal...
I mean, I think the nat 1 cancels it out, personally.
Right, yeah. The first hit doesn't
Well,
count.
don't worry, I have a
That's
plan
just me,
for it. I have a plan for that. So Hector took 44 bludgeoning damage.
Keep
That's
saying
illegal.
that, and I don't think it means what you think it
And-
means.
But the guy did
Come to the
fall. The guy did fall, and inadvertently, when he gets up, he says something in actually Dwarvish. And at this point, the dwarf that's been staring at you, Cullen, runs straight at you.
I understand Dwarfish.
He just says, now! And the dwarf charges Cullen.
Have I
Colin
had,
just
have I had time
sighs.
to make it back to Felicity and
Yes,
Cullen?
you have. And at this point, the crowd, all of the paladins start drawing their weapons, as do all of the guards. And
It's the exasperated sigh of an old man, and I love it.
Yes.
so now I'm gonna need actual combat encounter. Roll for initiative.
Yay.
Oopsies. 11.
Wonderful children.
Hold on, I will ask. You know how I work.
I forget.
Ooh, not good.
Either was mine.
No, you guys.
Not
No.
voting there, guys. Don't do that.
Colin's waiting for the dwarf to get to him.
That's fair.
Ready.
He's just, I
Mine
don't
was
care.
mediocre at
I'm
that.
not
All right.
walking.
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing the work? Okay, come on, buddy.
Ooh, well, that's not good.
Bring it in. Bring it in.
Big hug. Here we go.
Please tell me the one that both Cullen and I intimidated the heck out of has already just like peed his pants and run off.
Yeah, he has. There's only 3 people in this encounter. Oh no.
You think you're
So Cullen, what is your initiative?
4.
Yeah.
What's your dex? Because you tied with somebody.
2. 14.
You tied with the dwarf, and you beat him.
Perfection.
Take him out.
It's like, okay, you are moving far too slow even for me.
All right, Felicity.
11.
Runs all the way up to you, and then you get the first punch in.
Karina,
11.
I'm gonna assume you have higher dex, Karina.
I don't know. I have a +1. It's not anything impressive.
I have +2.
Okay, so Felicity goes first then. So the order is the man who's been fighting Hector, Raylon, goes first. Then an unknown part player in this fight. Then then Felicity, then Karina, then Hector, then Colin, then Gorner. I threw lots of R's in so that he got to say his name like Gorner. Just for you, Colin.
I respect that.
Yasha, what are you doing, baby?
All of us have other accents.
Yasha, no. I gotta throw an Australian Billy Butcher like character at you guys like very soon.
It's
Go
supposed to be
on.
Cockney.
Go on, son. Have a bump. Alright, so initiative has started, so Raylon is going to get up and he's gonna continue trying to pummel Hector. Hector's fine. He's fine. He's fine. I promise. He's fine.
Is he though?
He's not fine. That hits. And he's going to use a key point to stunning strike.
Someone call Wizards of the Coast.
Hector saves the stunning strike, and he takes 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
Excuse me, Mr. Gygax Jr.
Oh, he owns his own company now. That's where bigotry's
Screw that,
allowed.
man. Yeah.
All right.
Luke Gygax.
Right. And now the unknown entity, you're going to hear Felicity. You're going to hear a, "How about we keep quiet, dear?" As a bubble of silence appears around you. It's a 20-foot radius.
I am in that
Cullen,
as well.
Cullen, you're in that as well.
Yeah.
So you see the bubble,
All
and
of us
Felicity,
are. I
you
would
do
think.
see a woman wearing a hooded robe. She's got very pale skin and very familiar looking set of red lips with very pale skin. She goes, "Shh." And she's wearing a white robe.
Does she look like 39? Is that what we're picking up here?
Yep.
Like identical to 39?
Yep.
38.
She's like, "How dare you?"
There was a 33 that was saved by Kai.
I feel like there's things. Oh no, yeah, I remember now. Okay.
So what does silence do?
You cannot make any noise, so any spells that require verbal components you cannot cast.
Unless you get out of the range. So
And but getting out of the range, you would be very close to the man who is pummeling Hector, but that's probably your goal. So to set the stage, as I don't have a map for this, Cullen and Gorner are about 20 feet away from Hector and Raylon. Felicity, you are right next to them.
Okay.
So you're at 25 feet away. Karina, you're about 10 feet away from Felicity. And the unknown numbered woman is about 50 feet from all of you in the crowd, immersing herself in the crowd. And you look up Felicity, and she has disappeared.
What?
She vanished literally as you're looking at her. She turned invisible.
So she cast 2 spells. Interesting.
Maybe, maybe not.
Okay.
Or 39 has a skill that we don't know.
So
Now we know why she was thrown away.
So it's Felicity, it's your turn.
And so who's closest to me?
The dwarf Gorner and Cullen. And Karina.
Colin. And then, but like, how far outside the silence bubble is Hector and?
About 5 feet.
And it's a 20 foot, so 25 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
And what is Hector's opponent currently doing?
Punching him.
Haha. So stupid. Felicity's going to run past Hector and his opponent, and kind of like touch the opponent as she does so to inflict wounds.
Okay.
But she's not staying his range. So they're like a tag you're it type of scenario.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Give me some damage. Give it to me.
That's she's casting it at 3rd level.
Okay.
Great kid.
So 30 damage.
Ooh, that hurt. I was so tempted to give the numbered one the same hit points as her name, but I was like, that's not enough hit points.
Why not? ¿Por qué?
33.
I mean, it would technically be the same amount of hit points I have.
Oh, sadness.
Yeah, I keep forgetting your HP is that low.
Yeah, so Fel literally
My boy.
does that and is like, get up, get up,
Yeah,
get up, get up.
I'm a squishy little one.
No.
Okay. So, that would leave it back to... Ooh, I need to minimize that a little bit. So up next, it is Karina.
I am going to. So the 39 one disappeared. Okay. That threw a wrench in everything I was thinking of doing. Sorry. I am going to go ahead and sure, why not? I'm gonna move towards the dwarf. That's slow-mo running, apparently. He's very short legs.
He's got a big hammer, man.
Fair.
Sorry, big beard going.
Big beardy beard.
And in Dwarvish, I'm just going to say, would you like a hand? And I would love to grapple him and then throw him at Cullen.
Yes. Yes.
Batter up.
So you're in the silence bubble and you go.
Oh, is he that close?
Yeah.
I like walk towards him.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Then I guess I don't say anything because
In my head, you go.
You could say it before you get into the bubble, maybe.
No, I was already in the bubble. I started
well,
in the
never
It's
mind
a 20-foot bubble. Yeah.
Oh, just
That's
imagining
why
you're
I
going.
figured I got out of it.
It was really cool for a second, though.
Yeah.
And as far as he's concerned, all you said is a yeet. So.
Fair enough.
So give me an athletics check.
Oh, and I'm. Let me check one thing. As I say it, excuse me, I start to grow, and so it's as I'm grappling him to pick him up, I'm getting huge. So that gives me advantage on my strength checks.
All I want to do is see you turn into a giant woman.
Which I rolled garbage for both of those. Holy cow! I rolled 2 6s. Athletics, that's a 13.
So OP rolls bad.
It was cool in my head.
That be a 7 because he rolled a 1.
Hey!
Yeah.
So not
Get
only is it me normal height, it is me way bigger.
It's you as a giant woman.
Yes, and him dangling. And then I just want to throw him preferably right at Cullen's feet.
I'll make it even more fun for you guys. You throw him, and as per your initiative, let's actually see who's in the first between. Cullen's before him. He will still be in the air when he gets to Cullen.
That works
Softball
too.
special, baby. Softball special.
So I'm just going to full on pick him up and just shuck him behind me back to Cullen. And then I would like to finish my movement to get next, if I'm not already next to Felicity, to be at least within 5 feet of her.
Okay, you can do that. So now, after Karina, it's our boy Hector's turn, and he is mad, and he's going to look up at this guy and goes, you know what? I'm tired of holding back.
Yeah.
He misses his first attack.
Oh.
He crits his second attack.
Yeah.
And he is gonna smite on that one.
There we go.
Smite,
So that is. Ooh, and he's a little higher level than you guys.
I just picture us suddenly hearing this. Well, I guess the fight started.
So that is y'all would actually probably hear this. So that is, he's gonna do it at 6th level.
Oh.
So first is 1d6 of bludgeoning damage.
I've got the vapors.
So that's 10. And
Both
remember,
Colin
Jacob,
and
I
Felicity
double
were
crits.
both like, oh.
I double damage on crits, not double dice. So that's 10 times 2. That's already 20 damage. Now let's roll these 6d8. That's an 8.
I think he just explodes.
That's
So
a 7.
Felicity and Karina are right next
15.
to him, correct?
Might be messy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be
Well,
sad.
like,
Press
Felicity's,
digitation, isn't there?
A few steps away at
21,
least.
22,
Because you had to reach out to heal,
23,
correct?
24, 25,
Well, no, 'cause
26.
she literally like tagged him to inflict wounds and kept running.
7, 8,
Oh,
9,
that's
30.
right. Yes.
So 41 times 2, that is 81 total damage.
Wow. He's
20
dead, right?
bludgeon. Nope. That's 20 bludgeoning. And a lot of radiant. And then Hector's mad at this guy. He's bleeding from a hole in his stomach from him. So Hector is going to use a key point to flurry of blows him.
Just take him out. Finish him. Finish
I
him.
think I want to play a paladin now.
It's a lot of
It's
fun.
an interesting combination, that's for sure.
I'm digging it a lot.
You just like being able to smite.
Laura's
6
very
times at
much
one
digging
time.
it.
And the thing is, you cannot flurry of blows unless you're using either a monk weapon or bare-fisted. So there is that little caveat dependent on
Yeah, but
what
you can still
weaponry
smite
you
with
choose.
every punch if you
Karina
want
and
to.
Felicity are just watching, just like.
Okay, so first one misses. And second one, almost. And he's not high enough level for a 19 to be a crit, so he hits with that, and he's going to smite at 4th level on this one, so that's 4d8.
If he's not dead after this, I'm suing.
9, 18.
Bliss is gonna sue.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 29, 30, 31, 32, plus 6, 38. Yeah, so as he hits with him with the chest, he punches a hole through his stomach, and then he just says, "Let's give them a show." And he turns the body away from Felicity and Karina, and you see an explosion of radiant magic come out of this man's back and rain all over his soldiers. And Hector is just standing there covered in blood, no shirt, and he just looks at them and he goes, "If you know what's good for you, you'll stand down and run home to your worthless king and tell him if he wishes to meet the same fate, come challenge the son of the High Seeker, and he'll end the same way."
Can Felicity cast Thaumaturgy to make the ground shake as he's saying this?
You can.
Yeah.
That's just Felicity's thirstiness causing the ground to shake right now.
She's just like, let's send this message home. I'm tired.
Felicity and Karina are both like,
39 doesn't know what's going on, but she's just like, I need someone to teach me how to fight with my fists or something.
so 39 doesn't know what's happening, but Lore is going, ah.
If I'm really honest, actually, Karina looks slightly annoyed by all of this. She's not having fun. She's irritated at this point.
Felicity's like, oh, dear me.
That's great. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's not attractive. I'm just saying, at this point.
And
for
Cullen is just
multiple
like,
reasons,
how is
Karina's
Cullen
kind of
reacting to
irritated.
watching this, by the way?
He's squaring up.
Is it my turn?
It's almost. You're next, but how does Cullen react to seeing a man explode from the inside with radiant magic?
Yeah, same old. Been there, done that.
That's what I figured. All right, but Cullen, it is your turn, and there is a dwarf flying at you.
Cullen just holds out his hand and just like, I mean, I don't know if this would be my first attack, but just like grabs the dwarf either by the beard and just stopping him in midair. I don't know.
Just give me an athletics check with advantage.
That is 21.
You catch him right by the beard.
And Cullen just looks at him, and so Cullen's eyes, like he has the whites of his eyes, but there isn't like an iris and a pupil. It's just all black. And Cullen looks at him and just says, "You should have stayed on the other side." As his whole entire eyes become black, and in his grip on the axe tightens, and black smoke, just a little bit, pours out of his grip, and I will rage.
That's why I'm wearing the shirt, because I knew you were gonna. And
Cullen is gonna throw the dwarf to the ground and destroy him. Was that basically my first attack to grab him as he came?
No, I'll let you have that as a bonus action.
Okay, then in that case, well, if it's a bonus action, then I can't rage. So
never mind. I'll let you have that as your first attack then.
Cool. So I throw him to the ground, and with my second attack, I will. I'm going to swing at him.
And what's your unarmed attack damage, by the way?
It is 5.
5. Okay. That's what I
Would
figured.
the force of Karina's throw have possibly added to that? My intent was to throw him originally right at his feet and possibly get fall damage for it, so I'm just asking.
I'll add another 5 to that. I'll say.
I'm seeing this catch by the beard straight into the throat. Just,
Right? That's
It's
what
rough.
I'm like. That's
rough.
gonna hurt.
That's why I'm doing an unarmed strike.
Act. It is a 19 on the die for a 27 to hit.
That hits.
All right, so he is going to take a D12 of slashing and a D6 plus 3 of necrotic. Bad numbers. Bad numbers. But I get lots of bonuses. So that is 4 plus 7. Okay, so 11 slashing and 4 points of necrotic damage, so 15 total. I don't know if it gets divided up or split or anything.
Oh, not bad damage at all, my friend. Not bad damage at all. Is that going to be your turn, Cullen?
Cullen looks a little. Cullen's going to stand there, just looking at the dwarf. I also now realize that I've been in a cone of silence this whole time, so he probably didn't hear me. Cullen doesn't care. He's past it. Cullen looks a little annoyed at what he thinks is a bit of showboating. But he is that is my turn. I'll wait for the dwarf and see what he does next.
Okay. Okay. So it is the dwarf next. And he is gonna stand up and yell at you, but you can't hear him because of the silence. And he is going.
I get the gist of it.
And he's wearing heavy plate armor, and he is going to grow to double his height to be barely taller than you, Cullen.
Fair enough.
And he is going to swing at you. That is a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, and with his great hammer, that's 9 bludgeoning damage with his first attack.
Halved to 4.
Yep. Oh, and that's a natural 1. So he's going to swing and lose balance, and I will give you, and with his nat 1, his punishment will be, you get an opportunity attack, Cullen.
Yeah, sure. Cullen basically takes the first hit, and then as he swings, holds out the haft of the great axe, hooks the hammer, and is just gonna slide the blade of his axe down at the guy's wrists. We'll see if it hit. With a 17 on the die for a 25, I imagine it does.
Does.
And that is 14 more points of slashing damage.
Look at you. Look at you. Look at the big beefy boy doing his big beefy thing.
All right. What it do?
Oh, we've got the breath in your mic again, Darlin. I know it's frustrating. I'm sorry.
All right, so next up after that, it's back to the top of the order with at this point 33. And she is going to look at Cullen. She's going to peer. Did you see her pulling a ring off her finger? She's going to point and she goes, "Let's put all that size to true use." And she's going to cast Crown of Madness on you.
Okay. I might have a thing for this save. Give me a moment.
Okay, it is a Wisdom save.
Let's see. Looking at my features. I have a thing for this, I think, that might come in handy. Okay, cool. Wisdom save. I have a +2. Let's see. That is a nat 20.
Woo! Plus what?
2, so 22.
You were fine with the nat 20. I just like making you sweat.
I know.
I just like making people sweat.
You're the DM. I'm not going to question it.
Yeah, well, I just like making people sweat sometimes. Or all the time in Ruka's case. So with that, You see a crown of thorns like hit Cullen's head as he just kind of strains for a second, but then he shakes it off. And then she then slides the ring back on her finger and disappears again.
Can I make a perception check or anything of judging which direction has she been moving?
She has moved kind of like, so it's like a little area. So from where you are, she was about 30 feet from you, and she's moved to your left about another 15 feet from where she was.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and with that, we got Felicity. It's your turn.
Where are the... So she's like looking around trying to find 33. Can she see her anywhere? Or...
Give me an investigation check at disadvantage.
Okay, roll again. First one was 15, second one was a 14. So 15.
Disadvantage.
Oh, sorry, 14. 14 would be the disadvantage.
You can kind of tell she's trying to move closer to you specifically in the way she was moving. And that will be your, that will be good. So then, what are you doing for your turn?
She's going to... How far is Hector?
Hector, from you, he's about 10 feet. He's still posing on these losers.
He's fine. She's gonna look at Karina, because Karina, you're right beside her, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's going on, but there's a person who looks a lot like 39, and I think she's getting closer, and I don't know what to do, so I'm just going to cast, and she casts guidance on Karina.
Okay.
What is that? You'll have to remind me.
You can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to one ability check of your choice. And you can roll the die before or after making it.
Cool.
And then it
Thank
ends.
you.
And she's just gonna... I guess that was her action, so she can't ready anything.
Nope.
Yeah, no, she's just gonna stand behind Karina. It's a giant woman.
Giant woman, a giant woman.
Accurate.
She's like holding on to, like, kind of like touching Karina's side, I guess, because that's how tall she is. And she's like, "Bless, we're screwed." And, yeah.
Waiting for Jacob's cover of Giant Woman now after this episode.
Gotta be honest, I have no idea what that song is. So
It's
don't
from
hold your
Steven
breath.
Universe.
That explains why.
I've never seen it, but I've heard the song.
I just know the parody of it.
I just know I know the Dragon Ball Z abridged parody where Goku's singing about his son becoming a Super Saiyan as he punches him in the face. So
Felicity's keeping an eye out.
Just keeping an eye out. All right, Karina, do you see this dwarf copy you and literally just do your thing?
Interesting. Okay.
And it's your turn.
Okay. Like I said, she's been actually pretty stoic and annoyed most of all of this, pretty part of the since we've left the tavern. She's at Felicity's just tapping words. She's just gonna look down and kind of, that's where a grin breaks out on her face, and she's just gonna go, I know. Hang on. And I am going to hold my action for when the Witchy 39 shows up.
The Witchy 39.
I'm holding my attack action.
Okay. And with that, it's going to be Hector's turn, and he's going to run up behind Gornor and get advantage on his attacks on him.
Teamwork.
Makes the dream work.
So I've heard.
Good thing you take half rate bludgeoning damage because one of his 2 attacks was a nat 1.
Tight.
So he's going to hit with the first. So I'll roll damage for the one he hits on the enemy first, and that is 9 plus 6 for both of those. That is 12 plus. That's 21 bludgeoning to the guy with that attack. And
Nice.
to you, Cullen, that is 8 plus 12. That's 20. Half to 10. And
Thanks.
he's going to look, he's going to go, sorry about that. He's just a bit, equilibrium's a little off. He's still got blood pouring from his stomach. He's like, all right, try better this time. And he's going to use a key point to flurry of blows and use a second key point to stunning strike on one of them. Okay, he misses. Ah, that one hits. Not a lot of damage though. 12 damage. And Gorner is stunned. So it is now Cullen's turn.
I think when Hector makes contact with Cullen, there's a brief moment where Cullen kind of like puts a hand on his wrist and holds him there for a second and just like looks him in the eye and just says, you need to focus less on your glorious cause and more on your actions in this moment. And then is going to pull a hand axe from his belt. Did I see Witchy 33? I'm just wherever I think she is, I'm going to recklessly huck that axe at where she might be.
Give me an attack roll at disadvantage.
Is it a straight roll if I reckless?
You know what? It is now.
That's why I'm doing it. Please.
Oh no.
It's a 1.
I just get hit by a hand axe.
I don't think she's
No one was nearby.
If anything, I killed a civilian.
You know who's in, but you know who it. Actually, both Karita and Felicity are in between you, like distance. They're off to the side, but you rolled a 1.
I did roll a 1.
So I'm just gonna do a d20 for 3 options. 1 through 5 is Felicity gets hit. 6 through 10 is Karina gets hit. 11 through 15 is random citizen gets hit. And 16 to 20 is a reroll. And random civilian, you just killed some dude.
That's fine.
Damn.
Not the first, not the last. Colin is completely unfazed by like fully acknowledging that was not who he meant to hit. Not phased at all. And is instead going to might as well hit the dwarf because he's stunned. Why not?
Yeah, why not, right?
Doesn't he get advantage on that because he's done?
Yeah. Advantage.
I rolled 2 19s. That's nuts. A lot. 27.
27.
Oh, technically that civilian also took an extra d6 of necrotic damage because that's the first person I hit on my turn.
So
wow, they want to have a good time, man.
What does your necrotic damage look like, Cullen?
It's not like super overt. If anything, it's just more of that kind of like black smoke fog, just a little bit kind of seeping out of the wound.
Okay, so it's the black smoke seeps out of the wound of the guy, and as you hit Gorner, how do you want to do it?
Oh, is he? Oh, that was to hit. 27 to hit.
Oh, 27 to hit. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I can physically do 27 damage.
Okay, never mind. Roll to hit.
Believe in yourself, good sir.
I mean, it's still 16 points of damage.
How do you want to do this?
Yay! Cullen is not one for like showboating or all that. Like, throws the axe, acknowledges that was not who I intended to hit, and then just swings the axe around, probably like right above the neck armor into the dwarf's neck, and doesn't even acknowledge it. Is going to start moving toward. Is going to use 40 foot of movement to move towards Felicity.
Okay. So with that, we're going to go back to 33's turn. She's going to remove her ring, and she's going to, and you notice, Felicity, the same kind of blue stone that was in the dragon that was possessed before. And she's going to use her action to call into it an in Draconic. Do any of you speak Draconic?
My attack trigger.
Huh?
My attack?
Yeah, your attack goes off.
Oh, I mean, if you want to do your thing first, I just don't know.
No, your attack goes off, so you hit her.
Just do enough damage to kill her.
Okay, so attack number 1. Is she next to me, or am I throwing? Where is she?
You're throwing your spear.
Okay, that doesn't hit then. I mean, I doubt it does. I rolled a 4, so it's a 10.
Nope.
Okay.
So, and she says something in Draconic, and since none of you speak Draconic, Hector does though, and he's gonna look concerned. And you hear a roar, and you see a young blue dragon rise up from the forest around the city with a minotaur clinging with his axe in its side as it falls and lands, and he tumbles off of it and looks up at you guys and just goes, "There's a bigger one out there.
Gonna kill him.
Kylan's fighting it alone." And Kaz just turns his axe to the young blue dragon as it turns to look at you all, and 33 just goes, "Kill them." And cut away.
Does she go invisible again, or is she still visible?
Nope, she's still visible. But now, we're going to the other half of the party. Gotta keep the suspense going.
Wish I had
I
sending.
sense a disturbance in the force.
39 is like, "I'm missing my sister," and Lore's like, "I'm missing the hot paladin."
Fair.
I'm never gonna let you live down the fact that your thing with D&D, it's like, it's not a race, it's not anything, it's just paladins. Alright, so other group. Let me get some music for y'all. So these events are happening simultaneously, so we're gonna have to rewind time a bit here. So, you guys hear the sounds of fighting coming from further within. And Zid hears it too and goes, "Well, our distraction has kicked it into high gear, so I suggest we mix with the haste, as they say."
You're leading, we're at your pace.
And he kind of leads you on, and he leads you to this little just solid brick wall outside of the guardhouse. And you notice the guardhouse, there's not as many people on watch as normally. From what you could probably tell, there's like maybe a skeleton crew outside. You did see a number of the king's men walking towards the town square. So, just for perspective, that fight that's happening is not a self-contained. No, there's a giant fight happening between the paladins and the knights. So, and right now you can only hear people cheering. And he pulls out a little finger bone token and inserts it into an empty slot, and the stone starts to shift and move away from a specific spot, like magically move on its own. And he just looks and he goes, pokes his head in, goes, "Well, after you, fine folks."
As you wish. So we've got entrance then, is that the case?
Mm-hmm. You are inside.
Gonna stealth in.
Agreed.
Pass without trace.
I was waiting for that next time.
If this does seem like the time that we're gonna be in sneaking, I will also cast Wild Shape.
Okay. So, everyone give me your stealth checks and add 10.
As a spoder.
As a spoder. Spodernix.
If I notice, are you doing small spider?
Yeah, tiny spider.
Tiny
so,
spoder.
39 noticing would scoop. Little spider nicks up.
She's just got little spider nicks in her hands.
She just put her on her shoulder.
Perfect. So Zid's got an at 20 and he has a plus 12 to stealth. So that's a 42 on his stealth check.
Nice.
Gross.
Yeah, you guys don't see him.
33.
That's really good too.
59.
15?
17.
17? Even with
With a
that
plus
trace?
10?
I rolled a 3 with a plus 15. I rolled a 3.
Ooh.
No, that's 18.
That's 18.
I can't math, but it's still
Numbers.
bad for the bonus.
So, as you guys are kind of moving through, you guys do notice that this gatehouse is remarkably well taken care of. Like, there is many a fancy painting, fancy suit of armor, lots of decoration around. Most of the paintings are specifically of the Leonin King Ulthros in all his glory. Karaku, you notice all of these are making him out to be a lot more heroic than he actually is.
Right. Oh, it certainly would be fun to burn this place to the ground.
Zid just goes, well, we can always come back later and give that a try.
That's fair. Regardless, you must know this space a bit.
I may have delved in on occasion.
Right. Offices.
He just kind of smirks. He goes, "Oh, you know us in the organization, Karaku. We tend to like to know where our enemies keep their best hidden secrets."
Exactly, and lead on.
So he leads you on, and he kind of says, "You notice there's not very many guards here at all." And he kind of leads you in, and he goes, "Now, I was never able to get through this room, because that big lummox calls himself the king of grapplings, usually guarding here. So let's get on through." And
Is there a guard?
There is a guard. And he's picking his nose with his pinky and just... He's literally doing this, but with just pebbles. He's that bored.
Sid, how do you feel about killing?
I'm fully open to murdering anyone we need to murder to get where we're going.
Right. 39? I'd ask the spider, but I don't think she can respond right now.
Yeah, her response is shooting an arrow at the guy.
Roll me an attack with advantage.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Natural 20.
Yes.
Roll me damage.
That gives you your answer, I think.
I love her so much.
Let me see if I want to throw
Kara's just...
Oh.
Now it's Karaku and Nyx's turn to go, ooh.
So I'm also going to throw
Spider
a
Nyx does it with
grasping
4.
arrow on this. Just
The little 8 legs.
So
I don't think you'll need to. He has 9 hit points.
Oh.
Well,
he's a level 0 guard.
He's dead.
I think he actually has 0 hit points.
Well, where do you shoot
This is
him?
the way to
39.
Right up the nostril that he was picking.
And it goes up through his skull, back through that. Hey, I know I made sound effects. You don't need to bark, Yasha. And the arrow actually sticks into the stone a little bit.
Just hate a man without manners. And we'll walk through.
Zid just goes, I love the kind of
Don't you
woman who
dare.
can kick. I see how it is, Karaku. Gold Glitter's got some competition. And he just,
Not competition, I just know your type.
well, I mean, You know, I like the elves, and then Kylie made off with my favorite one.
Are you going to follow or not?
She's checking the area to make sure that there's no like booby traps or something, since the gentlemen behind are too preoccupied.
Give me an investigation check, and Zid will do the same.
She didn't roll very well.
Zid did. It's okay. So Zid comes up to the large blue door, and he touches it, and it goes into 4 separate doors. And the doors move up into like a star. They shrink down and move into a small pattern in front of the wall. Looks kind of star-like. And he just goes, I do not know what the hell just happened. But I ain't really one who's good at the magic-y stuff, so, Karaku, you're up.
Time to solve a puzzle.
Glad they're a spider, they don't want to do puzzles.
All right, Karaku will just approach the doors. So they're in a star pattern, right? Does it look familiar to any other symbol that he has seen?
Fading suns have a kind of a star-like pattern around, and each one actually has a different rune on them.
Lovely. Great. We could have used Karina here. Really need to have her teach me some of that. If they are runes, though,
Just full disclosure, I balanced this dungeon and that combat encounter for everybody, so...
Yeah. It's fine.
That's life.
That's life. Alright.
DMing, just changing things on the fly.
Yeah, I planned on both of these things happening in different episodes, and now I'm like, oh, yay!
So, if that's the case, will Karaku be familiar with any of the one runes? I mean, he's done a lot of study, but...
Give me a history check with disadvantage, because this is not a field you've studied.
It's not a
Can
big
39 pick anything up with her Arcana proficiency?
Give me an Arcana check.
That's a 21 with disadvantage.
Holy cow.
You recognize 3 of the 5. You recognize the rune of life, which is affiliated with Freya. The rune of power, which is affiliated with Thor. And the rune of knowledge, which is affiliated with Odin.
24 for my Arcana.
I'll say you get the last 2.
Yes.
You pick up the rune of chaos, and it looks slightly different than you remember it looking, and this is affiliated with Loki. And then you notice the final one is the rune of honor. This and is affiliated with Tyr.
Norse gods.
Ooh. Oh, you read the runes?
No, sort of. I have Loki and Tyr.
Oh, that's what the other 2 are.
What are the other ones?
Freya, Thor, and Odin. Life, power, and knowledge. Loki is chaos and
Tyr's honor.
Honor. Life, power, knowledge, chaos, and honor. The question is, what happens if we attempt to open one of the doors? Life seems to be the best bet if we're gambling. What are your thoughts, Spider Nix? 2 appendages for yes, 1 appendage for no.
She makes frantic Tom Holland noises. Would it be Emma, or would it be or possibly Emma Stone noises? Yeah, no, non-binary spider. But give options.
What was the actual question you won? Like starting with life?
Yeah.
So remember, the doors have also shrunk.
Right.
So, what size?
So small Zid would not be able to walk through them.
So I would be able to get through them.
Spider Nix would.
Do they have openings?
They still have their handles.
So I'll
Just gonna roll this real quick.
Spider Nix will shuffle on because I think 39 had picked them up. Like shuffle on their shoulder and then
Just pick her up and
get off to I don't know, I'll crawl over to the life door.
So as you touch the life door, the door turns strictly into the rune, and an aura of light comes out and goes into the nearest dead body. And the kid goes, and starts screaming in pain.
just shoots another arrow.
I was gonna say knife goes immediately to the throat.
Okay, if you want to shoot another arrow, give me an attack roll at advantage again. Because as soon as I will give you a chance to shoot him before he fully wakes, because as soon as he starts to wake, he's gonna
29.
start screaming. You hit.
He is prone, but I don't think she needs the advantage.
13.
He dead. So you shoot him, do you shoot him through the side of the head this time? Or where do you shoot him this time?
This time it'll be through his mouth. He's making too much noise.
It pins him to the wall again. And now, left Spider Nix where the door was, there is now just a glowing rune of life.
So there's no door there, it's just like a...
Just a glowing rune now.
Well, that could have been worse.
Life was the better choice. I think power is an interesting.
I'm curious about honor.
Yeah, I'm gonna crawl over to honor. I'm not gonna touch it immediately, but just kind of like turn around to get my 8 eyes on the other ones to see what they're thinking.
Sure. Sid, what do you think?
It just goes, well, they turn into runes when they're done. But what do we do with the runes after we open all the doors?
It's a good question.
Around, are there any signs of it being like there's an indentation or sign of where the rune might go?
I'll go off your earlier check. You do see a little scrap of paper actually in, like, next to the guard's table, the guard you shot.
Cool, she's gonna go pick up that piece of paper.
So you see the piece of paper, and all it says on it is new rotation for the code. The order in which we value the attributes.
Maybe we should have kept him alive.
Gave you a chance with that life one.
Is probably beyond my help at this point. But
he dead.
Knowledge could
Not
help.
actually a cleric, I don't have.
Come on,
yes.
land cleric.
You know, Cullen, if you don't know the joke, Tarvel thinks all druids are land clerics. Or soldiers, specifically.
That's fair.
It has gotten to the point where people have asked me to do cleric things, and I'm like, no, not actually a cleric, I promise.
Mostly Felicity, because she is also a cleric, and she's like, you can do that, right? And you're like, oh.
No.
Okay.
Especially when I wasn't there, too, I think.
I know a decent amount about the Fading Suns. Do they have any code?
The history check you gave me earlier, you can't tell if this is specifically one for the Fading Suns or for the Kings of Men. So that's what you have to go off of. You have to make a snap judgment there. But you do know that with all of, if it was the Fading Suns, honor would be the least important thing to them. Well, second most after life. And for the king, all you know is power would be his most important thing.
Right. Well, we have two options here. We can probably start with either chaos or power. It's not going to be pretty if we do, I would assume.
You don't see that. That's a 32 sleight of hand for Zid to just grab the paper out of your hand without asking to look. Just, Well,
she can't be surprised.
she can't be surprised, but it's a sleight of hand. There, he just went, it's not stealth. It was a sleight of hand check. He just went, and he just goes, well, if touching the door starts the order, we might have a problem. But if after touching the door is when we do the order, might be a solution. Because I highly doubt that any of these folks value life very highly.
I agree.
On the other hand, it could start from the bottom and we could be on the right path.
But for some reason, if they gave a god a simple instruction of this, I would assume they would go with the easiest path. You all may want to take a step back.
Take a step back. I'm gonna grab Nick's.
Zid's just gonna do a little side hop out of the way.
Move me back into.
And yeah, it's worth it. He's going to touch knowledge for now.
Touch knowledge, and the door disappears, the room glows, and you feel, and I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Right. Ooh, that's not a good one. That's a bad one. That is a whopping total of 7.
Okay, well, do not be alarmed by the amount of dice I'm about to roll.
That's fine.
Your mind is flooded with knowledge, overflowing. You take 24 psychic damage.
Nice. I'll take that. See, okay, if it's flooded with knowledge, though, does that give me a...
And because you did not pass the check, it is incomprehensible knowledge. You cannot...
Lovely. Too much, too soon. Okay.
And it leaves as soon as it entered. But the rune is now glowing. I'll say the rune of life is glowing white. The rune of knowledge is glowing purple.
Cool. In which case, I was hoping that was going to help me. So, what do we want to bet? Are we taking the King's route or the Fading Sun's route? Actually, do either of you have the ability to keep the place quiet?
You already kind of are with Pass Without Trace, but...
Extremely quiet.
My arcane abilities are limited to causing pain.
Okay. We have an option here. These are technically doors, and I do have a way of getting past most doors. Even magical ones.
This is going.
But it will be loud. I see Spider Nix is raising one appendage, so I'm going to assume that's a no. Zid, what do you think?
If you're planning on knocking, that's... Do it. And he draws his 2 daggers and he starts to, like, ready his feet a little bit.
It's going to be a smash and grab, essentially. 39, what do you think?
Get me through the door.
All right.
Zid looks and goes, open the door. I'll lead him on a chase.
That would be lovely, Zid. In which case, all he will do is he's just actually going to click his tongue and make the action of knocking towards the door. And that click is going to be basically a giant knock that is audible up to 300 feet away.
You hear,
What's stealth?
what was that? Oh, no, it's come. Oh, no, that's the boss's room. Oh, no. And all of the doors do open and all the runes glow, and the power rune shoots directly at you, Keriku.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to give me a dex saving throw.
Oh, that's a little bit better.
Push him out of the way.
You can, and I'll let him have advantage.
Yeah.
Wow, 2 7s. That is a 12. Guys, I am meant to die, apparently.
Why does this keep happening?
I'd like to point out again. Let others check. I love it.
There was a checking in with everyone before this was done. To be fair.
Yeah, I did check. I checked with
Real
everybody.
bad.
Hey, how do you
To be
like
fair, his fate was
18
consensual.
force damage to the face?
Oh, that'll knock me down. But luckily, 39 watched me purchase health potions.
Yeah, she did. She's gonna.
But we're not done.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we still have chaos.
The chaos. This is a fun one because I made my own wild magic table.
At this point, she's covering Care with her body.
I made my own wild magic table. Hey, Spider Nix.
Oh no.
Your wild shape transforms into, and I'm gonna do a D100 for this one.
Make it a dragon.
What'd you roll?
You are wild shaped into.
This could be so great or so terrible.
Probably horrible, honestly, but
No, it's something really good, but not for the situation at hand. You wild shape into a T-Rex.
yes, let's do it.
You're not even high enough level to. But because of that, because I know you're not high enough level, you need to give me an intelligence check from your base to see if you maintain control of yourself.
Intelligence, not wisdom.
You know, I'll let you do wisdom.
That is
This
my
is
standard
fine.
magic thing. There.
39 and Keriku going to die to T-Rex sticks.
My cleric senses are tingling.
Nat 20, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, nat 20.
You maintain control of yourself and may leave the wild shape if you choose, but that was the riskier you were going to turn into something you couldn't control, like go on a rampage. Loki
Can
had it out for you.
Roll themselves as.
She is going to be constantly fighting, so if you stay in this form with the nat 20, I'll give you a little extra time. You have about 2 minutes of control at this point.
Okay, so I do kind of realize that my control is slipping.
Yes.
I want to keep it.
One tiny appendage for no,
I'm
two
gonna-
tiny appendages for yes.
T-Rex.
It's the same. I have big head.
I'm gonna pick up Care with the tiny.
If I have a decent semblance of like how long it's gonna be before I start slipping, I'm gonna hold on to it to see like if this is something that'll be useful with people coming, or if I should just like.
Oh, and also
Guards.
Zid dashed towards the charging guards and attacked them, so they're chasing him. But one of them does come back, seeing a T-Rex Nix, and he charges at you with his spear. So he's gonna attack you with his little spear.
Chaos.
That's-
Love to sow it.
That's a 4. It does not hit you.
Excellent.
I have the stat block in front of me. Do you want to bite him or tail attack him?
Probably bite.
Combat? We're not gonna go into combat. Combat.
This is not gonna be combat. It's a T-Rex. Okay. roll to hit, and you would get a +4 to hit.
+4. That's a 16.
You hit, and I'm gonna roll damage, but there's no freaking point. Yeah, you chomp him in half.
This is gonna be so fun to wake up to.
And right above 39, so her once white clothes are now a little bit of red on them. And
Color, right?
you start to notice your control slipping. Do you wish to try to maintain, or do you wish to revert back to your
I'm gonna revert back. I don't.
elven form?
Need to be fighting T-Rex.
So you revert to your elven form. And it's funny because I had to roll a d4 to see what exactly the chaos was, and it was like, oh, cool, right at Nyx. It's a good thing she's here, because otherwise it would have wild shaped 39, and she would not have been able to turn back.
That'd be fun.
That's fine.
I made a fun wild magic table for that. But anyway, the last one is the honor, and a semblance of a large man clad in furs with a large sword, with a missing his right hand with a shield attached to it, and holding a sword in his left. It is not the god tier, but it visages him. He goes, and he says, "Those who are without honor will not proceed through this door."
Oh, good. I'm out cold.
Just prove to me you have honor, and you can walk through this door.
Oh.
And he reaches down and he goes, "Which one of you chooses to volunteer?"
Do I have a health yet?
I will.
If Nyx doesn't go heal him, 39's gonna pop a potion in his mouth. She's still kind of like covering him because she's not sure.
He looks at the two of you and he goes, "I have to do this to get in the Scandinavian accent. Yoo-hoo! Fix my blowouts. Which one of you will be choosing?" And he points and he looks directly at the two of you.
You take care of Care.
Are you going to step forward, Nyx?
Yes.
He reaches forward with his stub hand, and a leash of light enters your brain. And this is gonna be fun because knowing everything I know about your backstory is when he's gonna judge you on honor.
Okay.
And he pulls his hammock and goes, and he just looks at you and dissipates, and the door appears back where it once was.
Cool.
I was not anticipating knock, so I was like, all right, y'all get all the stuff at once.
39's gonna kind of just.
Avoided my puzzle
She's
with
like
knock.
sitting on top. She's sitting on Care, bottle and it's sticking out of his mouth. He just starts to wake up, wake up.
What I miss?
She's gonna climb off of him.
Oh, he would have missed the T-Rex, right?
Yeah. And you just see as she gets up, she is drenched in blood.
And you see the body of the kid, and at the same time, Zid runs up, also covered in blood, and he walks up to you, 39, and goes, "Oh, we can't have that." And he casts prestidigitation on you, and as well as on himself. Looks at Karaku, goes, "You can do it yourself."
Right.
Thank you, Zid.
And he goes, "So one of them got away, so we've got approximately 2 minutes before all of those knights back at the field come running back."
Perfect. Just enough time.
So let's get in this here room, and then and he pulls out a little coin and he goes, "I got a way to get us out of here." Pockets it.
Perfect.
Sure.
Or a way, and he mumbles, "Or a way that'll kill us."
Excuse me?
What? I don't say nothing.
She's gonna start looking for whatever they're looking for.
So you open this room and you find it leads straight into a massive tunnel that goes deep underground, and there's several notes on a desk.
Take it all.
Can I read all of them just real quick glance, just kind of brushing over?
Yes. So you read over them, and you know it's talking about a tunnel system that the King's men have been building, several entrances throughout the city. They're going to try to send their full army and attack from within.
Perfect.
Is there any
look like potentially the tunnel that it is referring to?
One of them.
Is there any maps or anything?
Not that you can see.
Dang. Okay.
The desk itself, just a quick check through it. Kara would know most of the pinholes or most of the pinhole locations if there is a false bottom of anything.
There is a false bottom, and you find a note.
Lovely. Go.
It says, "Dear Zid and Kaku, I thought you might find it. Too bad I've taken it to a secure location. Signed, your friend, the Sun."
You or O?
You.
Does anyone have a way of collapsing this tunnel?
Zid just goes, I don't, but I think we might know someone who does.
I do.
Oh!
Even easier.
It won't be a permanent solution, but it will certainly be inconvenient.
Right. Going to be loud.
We've already been loud.
Zid pulls out his coin and goes, "Do your thing."
All right. I'm going to cast Erupting Earth on the tunnel.
Okay, so as you cast Erupting Earth, it starts to collapse, and Zid instantly, ding, and you see two symbols on each side of the coin. One a symbol of Loki, and one a symbol of Odin.
Oh no.
And he catches it. Woo! And then a portal pulls you all in. And you are teleported to a place of Zid's choosing, right outside where you see the fights happening. As you then see Cullen, Felicity, Karina, and Kaz facing off with the young blue dragon. And he goes, "Oh, I'm glad I got the Odin side."
Yeah, me too.
Why does your coin?
Let's just say, Loki and I have a bit of a deal, and if that coin ever lands on the Loki head, we would have ended up in a different realm. But Odin, the Odin side of it just helps us get back to where I want us to go. So, and then he sees the dragon and he just goes,
Are we going to acknowledge
Yeah,
that?
39 is already running in to go help.
and so Zid goes, "That looks fun. Bye." And he leaves.
Fair.
At that
Can
point,
say 39?
Okay, and see 39.
We can?
You can, for 39 is about 40 feet away from you guys.
She's running full.
And 39, you see 33.
Yeah, Fel was trying to be like,
Can she assess the situation as to what that means for this battle? Does she see the glowy blue stone?
For right now, we'll say no, but you could make a check on your turn. So,
Okay.
for the end of tonight, you do all know that the blue dragon does look pretty wounded. So, I need everybody to give me more initiative rolls. As we are...
You want us to reroll?
Reroll. New fight.
Oh boy, okay.
Nat 20.
Nice.
Hold on one second, folks.
Be nice if I was useful in combat.
You're very useful. You're very good at healing.
You're far better, more useful than I am right
We'll
now.
get like a baby
Very
Bjorn, and you could just sit on my chest and just like fire off spells.
Do I still have the guidance D4 from Felicity?
I will say yes, since you never got to use it. So, let's go around the table.
I do I don't know. Have I lost my enlarge?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. So,
Wibbly wobbly timely way.
Colin,
Right.
what is yours?
I have time-sensitive things. I have to check.
What was it?
21.
Felicity.
22.
Ooh, nice. Karina.
15.
Well, I guess I should roll for Hector. Ooh, that's good. And I'll roll for the Dargan. That's also good for you guys. Okay, Care.
18.
Nice. I'm sorry, I just heard puppies making lots of noise. 39.
15. And I believe I have a higher dex.
You do.
Okay. And then, last but not least, for her first true battle back with the session, Nyx.
Absolutely last. I rolled a 2.
Oh.
So is that 2? Okay, so the initiative order is Felicity, Cullen, Karaku, Hector, 39, Karina, 33, the young blue dragon, and Nyx. So with that, let's begin, Felicity.
What is 33 doing?
She's finished casting her spell and she's looking right at 39.
Felicity tries to cast command on her.
Okay.
Command at 3rd level.
Comes with Karaku's approval.
Okay, what's the saving throw on that, if you please?
Wisdom saving throw 15, I believe. I don't know if it's...
That's exactly a 15, so that beats. Actually, oh no, I'm sorry. That's 14. She does not. She fails.
Woo!
And Felicity commands her to hand over the blue crystal.
She walks up to you and hands you the crystal. And she says, "Be careful. The one I'm controlling is actually on the way soon."
I don't like that.
Nope.
33 said that?
Yes.
And I think it says on third level, you can pick 2 additional targets.
You can. Okay, yeah, so the young blue dragon.
Yeah.
Ha! That is a 25.
Can she use the second time to retarget again?
I'll allow it. That's a 23. Close. Good try.
And then as her bonus action, she can use... Hold up, let me see what... Mass Healing Word.
Ooh.
As a bonus action. Which restores up to 6 creatures.
Yeah, and just for your knowledge, Jake, if a spell specifically says, so you're not confused by that it is a bonus action to use, I allow them to use it if they've done a spell, and depending on the spell, obviously.
Honestly, didn't notice.
Well, I get questions about that a lot.
It's on her list of bonus actions, so.
Yeah, I am not in DM mode right now. I'm just here for the ride.
Sides.
Get it.
Yeah, so she casts Mass Healing Word to everyone. She can target 6 creatures, so she hits Hector, Cullen. Can she see, or how close are 39 and...
They're about 20 feet away from you guys now.
You can see 39 is perfectly fine.
Hair load's rough.
Yeah, hair looks rough.
Here's limping a little bit. I'm coming, guys.
Well,
I'm coming.
actually, from their perspective, you would not look fine because you are like frazzled and stuff, and like, yeah, the blood was clean, but you're still like, and
she's actually like she's a cool cucumber. She's fine.
oh, that's fair. I mean, like your hair and your clothes.
Oh
would be, like,
yeah,
ratty.
she's probably.
That's
a little
more what I meant.
disheveled.
That's more what I meant.
Yeah,
she's disheveled.
Was Karina hit? Yeah, because I think we saw that Karina wasn't. So she
Hector
would
got
use...
hit pretty bad.
Yeah, so she hit Hector already, so she would use the other 2 for 39 and Nyx, just assuming, because they're the ones close to
Oh,
that.
I haven't been hit at all. I look fine.
Okay, well, maybe she uses 39 and she hit Cullen already, so just...
Did she get Karaku? Because he's the one who looks bad.
Yeah, she got Karaku. And then you guys take 10 HP back.
Okay.
Over half.
Also, Kaz is very hurt. I
Oh,
forgot
Kaz. There we go. Kaz. I forgot Kaz was there. Sorry, she hits Kaz.
Okay, good. How is Nyx reacting to have been a T-Rex, by the way? What's her mental state right now? Or what's their mental state right now?
I think they were mostly surprised, a little bit more jazzed than you'd probably expect from them, because they, I don't know, kind of like 39. Not exactly the same, but they're more. From what you guys have seen, at least, yeah. From what you guys have seen, at least with them, they're more on the more stoic kind of chill side, and there's like a little bit of like a buzz, like a high from that. That is not something that they can do at all. But, so they're kind of like bouncing almost, which is out of character from what at least you guys have seen.
Alrighty, so
Do I have movement?
You do.
Awesome. Felicity's gonna make, or what were you gonna say before I?
You're about 10 feet away from the young blue dragon, so just so you know, that will provoke an opportunity attack from said dragon.
But she needs to get away from this woman before command breaks.
I got you.
So she's gonna make a beeline for 39.
Okay, let's see if you.
And
And
I
she
will
has,
use
like, she like has the crystal, so like it's like on her. She's not gonna let it go.
You gonna take a chomp?
And I will use protection. I still have my shield. I don't have my spear, but I still have my shield. So as Felicity starts to lunge away, Karina just lunges in front and puts the shield up, so it causes disadvantage on the attack.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
Oh, and that's good. That's a 2 plus 10, so that's only a 12. That was a 17 plus 10. That was a 27 to hit a person.
So she takes 12 damage?
No,
she doesn't get hit.
She doesn't get hit, so the dragon
clangs
misses.
on Felicity's or on Karina's shield as Felicity runs off.
All right.
He's running towards
Now-
39 with the crystal.
So you do. So you do your 30 feet of movement.
Yeah.
Okay. So you run basically. You run about 5 feet past 39.
Or well, 239. Sorry.
Okay, so that's 25 feet of movement. Okay.
Yeah.
Cullen, your turn. You're about 15. You're about 15 feet away from the dragon. About 10 feet away from 33.
Did a full round pass between?
You are still raging.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Got to do my due diligence.
I feel you. I feel you. I have to make all those checks too.
Cullen looks over. Does Karina have a weapon on hand to use?
She has a dagger, and technically she has a crossbow that I didn't realize she has.
Well, actually, you know what? Cullen
Her
will.
spear's lying in the ground somewhere close to where the
Okay.
where 33 was. Before.
Cullen will take the other hand axe off of the other side of his belt and toss it over to Karina, and just say, for the time being.
Also, for reference, your spear. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there. Your spear is right below the dragon.
Perfect. Okay.
Actually, you know, I wanted to try and get to the other side of the dragon. Can I try and move beneath it and try and like as I go, like with the big old blade of my great axe, almost like hockey, hit the spear over to Karina?
What kind of check would that be?
I'll use my action to do it.
No, I won't make you use your action. Make you do a bonus action that, and just give me a. You know what? I'm gonna have fun with this. Just give me a raw d20 roll.
Raw d20 roll.
Yeah, we'll have fun with this.
That's a 5.
So you do hit it, and the blade end is going right at Karina. So now, Karina, you can give me a dex saving throw to try to catch it or dodge out of the way. Which one are you trying to do, though? Because then that will actually that'll be different. You want to try to catch it or dodge out of the way?
I'm gonna try and catch it. At this point, why not?
I'm just throwing weapons at you.
That's fair.
Sleight of hand check.
We're just tossing stuff back and forth together, just constantly.
Natural 20.
Yeah. You catch that brilliantly and do a little flourish. All right, Cullen, you are on the other side of the dragon.
Thank you.
You got enough movement.
No
Appreciate
problem. Am I flanking it with Karina?
Not quite. She's actually yes, she is in his range, so you are flanking.
Then I would very much like to attack it twice.
Okay.
Oh, get it.
Roll with advantage.
Wing.
Sir Jacob of the House of Oland.
So that is a 24 to hit.
Yeah.
All right. First attack is gonna do. That's gonna be 6 points of necrotic damage, and only 8 points of slashing damage with a magical weapon.
So 14 damage.
And then second attack. That's a nat 20.
Ooh!
Yeah.
So
Yes.
roll your normal dice and give me
So
double the damage.
Double the roll, not the die.
Yeah.
Got it. And just making sure I don't have any extra thing for crits. Just checking, doing my due diligence.
And you're correct me, you are a zealot barbarian, correct?
I am a zealot barbarian.
Okay, just making sure.
Great. Yeah, so it is just
you already did your necrotic damage for this turn, that's right.
correct. I do not get that D6 doubled, but this makes up
you
for
do
it.
not.
So that is 9, 18 plus 7, 25 additional points of slashing damage.
Very nice, very
Right.
nice.
And I think that's like Colin hits the spear over and then continues that into 2 strikes on the dragon's belly as he runs under it.
It's gonna let out a little.
Also, Colin and Jake don't know like if we're trying to kill this thing, so Colin is trying to kill this thing.
Fair.
So I don't know if it's going to be up to someone else to show this thing mercy before he does.
All right, so next up,
is scary.
Next up, it is Kerku.
Right. Would we have popped in just soon enough to see and or hear the interaction between Felicity and 33?
Yeah.
Right. And Felicity is only what, about 10 feet away at this point now?
From you, yeah.
If it's influence, it's something I can help with. That's just a quick throw. No other addition to that. As a hey. All right, fine. Let's do this. Okay. I need a charisma saving throw from El Dragon.
For 33 or the dragon?
For the dragon.
Cast command on 33. I am going to get killed.
That's a 21. He rolled a nat 19.
Dang it. All right. Well, that releases Bane then. So in that case, we're going to...
I'm actually going to use a different d20 for the rest of the session.
Just use one. Just use the one.
Rena's gone. We've got next.
Well, I've been using the same one this whole session. It's been rolling very well, so...
Who's next up after Kerku?
After Kerku, it is Hector.
Hector. All right. He's got some power behind his swings, but actually, I don't know that.
I'm just going to use the critical roll.
Who would be after...
No.
Put it back.
Can we afford that?
No. Who would be the next one in
39.
this current party?
39.
39? Right. In which case, Kerku will just kind of whisper as he's stepping back, "Let the arrows fly, dear," and throw a bardic inspiration.
Nice. Which dice is that?
That is a d6 right now, and a special note for that, I have magical inspiration, so you can also use this for damage.
Amazing.
Yeah.
He went. That's what happens when you go to college, kids.
And
in school.
That will pretty well end my turn. I'm going to start taking I'm only going to take about 15 steps back, making sure I'm not in some sort of line with the dragon.
Okay. That was smart.
Is the dragon flying or on the ground?
It's on the ground.
Okay.
So, now it is Hector's turn, and he is going to see 33, and he's going to turn and look back, and he's just going to go, "Well, Diaz, I'm gonna leave her to you," and he's going to run forward right next to Karina, and he goes kind of looks at you and he goes, "Let's give him a good show, love." And he's going to attack with his first punch. That is a 16 plus, let me get through his character sheet. 16 plus 8, so that's gonna hit very hard. Okay, so that's 3, 8 plus 12, that's 20 bludgeoning for both his attacks. And he's going to then, where is that little thing he's got? No, he'll save. He doesn't have a lot of key points left. He'll save them. But
For what?
the second attack, we will add a second level smite.
What was the reason?
Oh, only 6 damage. Okay, so now that is Hector's turn, and now we have 39 up next with Karina on deck.
So, it's my turn?
It's your turn.
I can ascertain at this point that 33 is not is an enemy, not an ally.
Yes.
By the
Now,
way,
when
Felicity
I-
is clinging to you like she's gonna kill me.
Now, while she was in the forest, were there any missing? She was there for 2 weeks. She would have counted them every day.
Nope.
They were all there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then no ifs, ands, or buts. She shoots at her.
Okay.
That would be that's a 26 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay. It's 8 points of damage.
Okay.
Second attack is 20 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
That is 11 points of damage. And you can see that as 39 is shooting at her, it is cold stone face. There is no attachment to this person. In fact, there is this look of she's putting down a dog.
Okay. And is that gonna be your turn?
I believe that is all that I can do. Yes. Well,
All right.
Yes.
Karina.
Getting her spear back is handy. Seeing 39 just doing what she's doing, Karina's gonna turn to 33. Shouldn't know that that's what her name is, but sure. And just kind of sigh. She was your one saving grace. And I am going to start stabbing away, I hope. I really hope.
You got it. Big money.
Oh, that's not great. That is a math hard. Shoot. 13.
The hit? That does not hit.
Yeah, no. Try the other dice. That's even worse. So, yeah. Actually, after that, getting frustrated with her avoiding the attacks, I'm going to action surge.
Yeah.
Because I
Giddy.
gotta get this chip down. Which I cannot find it. There it is. So sure, here we go again. Come on. Well, one of them does not hit, but the other one's a natural 18 for stuff. 25.
It's gonna hit.
Yeah. So that is 7 plus another 6. That's 8 damage. That's all she's got at this point. So yeah, that's it. It's her turn. Not
Really
terribly
want to joke
effective. Sorry, guys.
All right.
Go ahead
Except
and
for Karina,
joke. It wasn't great. Go for it.
It was great. It was
the dice.
No, the joke was about 33's hit points. And I just gave
33.
Not anything else I can do about it. So there you go.
So-
She's lined up for you.
33 is going to look around and she's going to look and see everyone, and she realizes, I only can't hit the big guy.
I'm going to use my
Got a name.
Cosmic Omen as a reaction to impose minus d6 on whatever she's attacking with, if it looks like she's attacking someone or something.
She is, kind of. She's going to make an orb of fire appear in her hand, and she's going to shoot it straight into the ground at her feet. So everyone except Cullen is going to...
Oh.
And actually, Nyx, you're far enough away. Everyone except Cullen and Nyx, give me dex saving throws.
What happens
Never
if you're
mind.
fire resistant?
Oh, I was also.
Half damage.
Half damage?
And if you save, then
Kirku, you were just in range. Nyx was the furthest behind.
Dex saves?
Yep, including for her and Hector.
Okay, so then I'll use my Cosmic Omen to disadvantage on her dex save then.
Yeah, she fails. She's probably gonna kill herself. And Hector also fails, though. Okay,
What's the
so
DC?
it is a DC 16 dex saving throw.
Oof.
So I'll start. Karina, what's yours?
15. And
Ruka?
I use
Felicity?
guidance. So guidance goes away, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
12.
Kirku?
Yeah.
Every time, man.
Saving throws, man. That's gonna kill me.
14.
Aren't you fire resistant as a team?
Yes.
So he's still gonna take half damage, but
yeah.
Okay, no, I'm gonna have to be it. Pay not attention to how many dice, because she's casting this at her highest level she can.
Been through this. That's fine.
Actually, I'm gonna do it so y'all can see the clank a little.
Maybe.
If I can do it right. Dang it.
That's alright.
Still.
Oh, Lord.
We're fine. We're gonna be fine.
Fine.
Everybody
You
else is
guys
here.
like to take 72 fire damage?
72?
I don't like that.
Yeah.
I'm unconscious.
And
Even
she
at
killed
half,
herself. She killed herself doing so, however.
Hold on. That might insta-kill me.
Ooh,
72.
Cause.
7-2, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Cause is barely up now.
Oh wait. Yeah, that's fire. That's fire damage.
What?
Right?
Yeah.
Or is it twice over? Or is it
Twice.
just once
If you get
okay,
taken,
never mind.
yeah.
I'm fine.
Yeah,
if
I
you
went
get taken
from
max to 0 in one hit, you're dead. Or if you take enough damage that it would push you
I'm dead.
past your maximum and negative.
I'm dead.
Dead?
I'm dead. If that's how we're doing it, I'm dead.
That's up
I
to
went
Cole.
for, I went
so
from
hold on,
max
hold
to 0.
Sorry.
For max is so
no.
the way I do it
If
is
you would
double.
have been like negative 40.
I do double negative over, so you are not
That's
double.
what I understood, but then he was
You are
saying
not-
the other, and
you
I
guys
was like, oh, that's new.
I started going on automatic.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's not how I do
Yeah,
death
cool.
saving throws. So anyone who's down will have to start making dex saving throws.
Oh my gosh, calm down.
So 33 has burned herself to a crisp. And whoo.
Was the dragon in that?
Yeah, he saved, but he still took a whopping 36. So he's hurt pretty bad too. So Hector is down. So next up we have after her. Oh, good! It's the dragon.
Hi, buddy.
Yeah, you're about to take some attacks,
Oh, wait.
Colin.
That's what I'm here for.
Can I
Wait.
hellish rebuke it?
You can.
Yeah, we're hellish rebuking this thing.
Wait,
Okay.
Isn't she already dead though?
No, you
Felicity's
can't.
not
Felicity,
down.
I'm sorry.
No,
You can't.
33
Felicity.
is.
You can't.
Oh,
you
never
can
mind,
only
it is
hellish
Felicity,
rebuke the
yeah.
creature attacking you. That's my fault.
Please do. You just
My-
a burning
my-
corpse. You just
my-
hellish rebuke it.
My drapery is out of control.
How dare
Now you know how I feel every time I do a TikTok with the fur with no shirt. It's. But anyway, so Cullen.
Yeah, let's go. 1v1
Wait,
dragon.
wait. Question. That bardic inspiration. Could I have used it on that, or is that?
Bardic inspiration can be used on saving throws. Yes.
Then I take half. What was the half?
36. 36.
36. You're right.
36, yeah.
Okay.
I was doing other math in my head.
Okay, then I'm actually still up.
Okay.
Yay! Carrie saved somebody.
He did. He saved 39.
Can't save himself. It's fine.
But
Hey, dude, I went from full health. I was fine to boom. Goodbye.
Yeah,
They
this
didn't
is.
double it, right?
Y'all are definitely getting some
Why?
rewards. So,
One episode without a blue dragon.
Well, first time it wasn't really a blue dragon. Yeah, imagine if y'all actually had to fight this instead of a young crystal dragon at level 5. So, Cullen,
Let's
you
go.
ready? It's gonna multi-attack you.
Yeah, I'm so ready for this.
It is going to first the 2 claw attacks. Oh, that is only an 18 to hit.
That hits. Only an 18.
I kind of forgot what his plus to hit was because, like, oh, cool, a 9.
Yeah, no.
Never mind. Okay, so that's not a lot. That's only 2d6.
Okay, so guys, I just needed to roll like a 6 or lower every single hit.
So that's only 8, because you rolled
Okay.
a 1 and then a 2. That's 8 slashing reduced to 4.
I can take that. I'll eat that.
Next claw. That is gonna hit. That's a 20. That's a 26. All right. So that's 2d6 again. That's another 1, and that's a 6. So that's 7 plus 5. So that is 12 slashing reduced to 6. And now for the big one, the bite. And that is a 15 to hit.
Miss.
All right. That's right. Your AC is 16. That's right.
Spooky boy.
All
What is
right.
going on with this?
Shouldn't have bobbed and weaved.
I know. I should have prepped.
All right. So that's the dragon's turn. And now it's Kaz with his 5 hit points.
Oh, buddy.
And he is running up to the dragon.
Oh, honey.
With advantage because Cullen's on the other side. And he's going to rage.
As one does.
With his 5 hit points, I'm worried for the baby now.
I swear to God.
Throwing him into bed.
Okay, so that's a 19 to hit, so he's going to hit. That's cocked. Okay, that's not great. So that's 8 plus 2. His zealot damage.
He's a zealot?
Yeah.
To what?
Yeah.
He was raised by a gold dragon.
Oh, that's fair. I don't know the lore, I'm sorry.
So that's 5 radiant and then 7 slashing for the first attack. So that's actually pretty good. And the second attack, that's a 2 plus. He don't hit. That's an 11.
With advantage?
Oh. Good thing he has that advantage because that was a nat 1.
Right. Well, okay.
Well, fine. If you want to do that, Colton. All right. So, after Kaz, it is Nyx.
Okay, so who is unconscious at the moment? Karina,
Care, and Hector.
Oh, damn. I don't know anything about Hector, so he's lower on the list.
Yeah, you weren't here to watch him smite a guy to death by punching him in the stomach.
Heckin', how far away are each of them, Karina versus Care? From me.
Karina is about 25 feet from Karaku. Karaku's the closest to you.
How far away is Karina from me?
Karina's about 30 feet from you. You were right outside the blast radius.
Okay.
So you basically felt the heat of the fire on your face, but did not get hurt.
Okay. I'm going to bonus action healing spirit to Karina. So a little spectral owl flies down and lands on Karina for not a whole lot of hit points, but you can get more. Oh, that's bad. Okay. Only 1 hit point, but you're up. And then when it starts your turn again, you can get another d6. But and then I'll use my action to go over to Care and stabilize him.
Okay. Karaku, you are stabilized.
I think I have to roll for that, but
You do, but you will be probably. Unless, no pressure, Nix.
My luck this night.
yeah.
This night?
Only needed
This campaign.
10, and that's a 19, so.
You're stabilized.
I'll be stabilized.
So you don't have to make death saving throws.
You're not on fire still, are we? It was just the initial.
No, you're not on fire still.
Just wanted to make sure.
The creator of the flames burned herself to death. And in doing so, destroyed her body so that there's nothing left of it.
Oh. You got the ring.
I will say, those of you who saw it happen, Karina is no longer large. The minute she went down, back to normal, everything.
Okay.
All right, is that your turn, Nix?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Felicity.
All right, let's do this. She's going to present her holy symbol, her bliss symbol, and channel divinity to preserve life, which can restore 30 HP any creatures within 30 feet of you and divide those hit points among them. So
you have to roll me to see if the divine intervention works.
It's not intervention.
It's not.
Channel divinity? Okay.
No, it just happens immediately. No.
We're not even there yet.
Yeah, I was like, she's not high enough level yet.
No,
I heard her say that, and I was like,
she's life domain.
Felicity's out here playing chess. Well, we're playing chess.
It's the life domain, so she can preserve life, and it's
okay.
it's
Yeah,
just an
you're
action.
good. I misheard you. I thought you said channel divinity or like divine, and I was like, what? How do you have that?
No. I do have turn undead, but that's another thing. So she divides.
Hey, you might want to try that sometime.
Okay, 30 HP, 10 HP to.
Oh.
Care. Karina.
I'm honored.
And Kaz. They each get 10 points. 30 split amongst them.
Yeah, Kaz has 14.
Something. And then as a bonus action, the crystal that she has, can she do anything with it in regards to the dragon?
So you can investigate it, and as you look, it doesn't have any connection to this dragon.
There's another dragon coming, she said.
Maybe not a dragon.
Can she investigate, find anything out about it? Is that what we're doing?
You have control of the crystal. You can attempt to command whatever's on the other end to not come, or whatever you want to try to command it to do. You have to try, and depending on what you say is going to depend on the DC of the...
So she can just automatically do that? I don't have to roll?
Nope, it'll roll a saving throw.
Oh, okay.
Depending on what you command it to do.
Jeez. She's going to say... flee.
Okay, that's kind of what I was hoping.
Dang you!
Oh, it rolled really bad. It rolled,
Yeah.
so it has to listen to you.
Flee.
And it flees, and you can't really tell what this creature is, but you can tell it was not of this plane.
She tucks the crystal away.
Okay. And is that your turn, Lady Felicity?
She's going to use the remainder of her movement to get to Care and give him cover.
Okay. Colin!
Things looked really bad, but now they look okay. So I'm gonna attack the dragon again, because I don't have to go into emergency mode. Alright, first attack. That is a... I'm gonna reckless these, because why not?
Ooh, there you go.
It's probably gonna hit me anyway. So first one is a 23 to hit.
That hits.
Ooh, so that is 6 points of necrotic and 17 points of magical slashing.
Okay.
And second attack is either a 15 or a 9, so another 23 to hit.
That hits.
Big money, big money. That is an 11 on the die, plus 7, so 18 more magical slashing damage.
How wouldst thou like to kill this dragon?
Oh, thank the Lord.
Colin's here for 1 session and he starts wrecking everything.
I love him.
I didn't come here to make friends.
You're mine now.
Kind of almost
You
like
just made friends, buddy.
almost like a Skyrim dragon kill cam. Colin like jumps up, like grabs a horn, swings up on the back, and like with one hand on the axe, just like right down. As he swings the axe, his hood falls back, and you see that Colin has the most beautiful mane of orange curly hair. You just couldn't see it till that point, and just
waiting for it.
Just slams the axe down into this thing's face, and then jumps down, and then realizes his hair's out, pulls it back real quick, puts the hood up because that gets in the way. Let me tell you, that gets in the way.
Well, congratulations. You guys have slain a young blue... Oh, Karina, do you have something?
Just right as she stands up and realizes that she's just going to use her healing hands ability, like reach out and heal our Hector. Just like hand on his chest, just like she's trying to get up as she's doing it. That's all. So that he's not
call.
making.
He's going to stand up and he's going to be
6
like...
hit points, so he gets 6.
He's going to stand up, look very shocked, look around, see the dead dragon, and just... and fall back down.
Is
after
there
a
still
second.
an owl on me right now? Yeah, once she does that, she's just gonna look at the owl and pet the owl.
Gives you another
Sit there.
D6 of hit points.
So, with that, you are no longer in combat.
Yay.
And with a burst of lightning, the dragon lies dead before you. And it screams. And you see from over the walls a huge burst of lightning damage.
I don't like that.
And everything grows still for a minute as you wait for anything to happen. And through a gate, you see Kylan walk through, covered in blood, coursing with electricity, and he falls face down at the gate.
That's the person who knows my person, right?
Can Fel run towards him?
Can I as well?
Yes.
Heck, I need this.
Since Fel was on Keriku, he's going to actually just reach up real fast since he was on the ground, and just say thank you, touching her cheek real quick, and then pulling back awkwardly for a sec. Healing word for a whopping 8, 7.
Kylan?
No, to Felicity.
Oh, Felicity, that's right.
8 points, you said?
7, sorry.
7, okay.
Okay, so Kylan is lying on the floor, very... Oh, that was not the track I wanted.
It's very
Fel
casual.
Fel does one of like those like knee dives to the body, and is he like okay? She wants to cure wounds him if you let me do that.
He is bleeding out rapidly.
Yeah, cure wounds.
I would also like to cure wounds him.
Nice. So tell me how much you heal him for.
18.
Like dual magic CPR.
Yeah.
So you heal him and the wounds close, helped by the lightning.
And he gets he also gets 10 points of healing from me.
Gotcha. So he is and you can see through the gate that the adult dragon is also lying dead with its skull cleaved in half.
Who is this guy?
My brother-in-law.
He's lying face down, and he's still very hurt, and he's like got burns all over his, like you can see his tabard is now burned away. He's got burns all over his torso, and he's just like wheezing very hard. Hector kind of gets up and he sees and he runs over and he's like move, and he tries to pick him up, but he's too weak. And then Kaz just kind of grabs and picks him up. And Hector's like, follow me, take him to a healer. And he starts booking it towards the main, a very, very large castle that was the main cathedral of Adon, the creator god.
I think when Cullen kneeled down to cast cure wounds. I think Felicity heard him say, "You can't die yet. You haven't told me what I need to know."
So,
And as everybody is rushing off, 39 just stays perfectly still for a hot
Yeah.
minute.
Yeah, still.
There's
Fel's-
still as well.
Phil's still there.
So, you see a bunch of the paladins go outside to inspect both the dragon's bodies as you guys are all just kind of standing there. And
Are there any of the king's guards around?
a ton of their dead bodies, and the rest are currently being killed by the paladins.
Care is just going to scream out, "Keep one of them alive."
And you see them kind of scoff until you hear a powerful booming, "Listen to the small one." And you see a massive man in full silver plate armor, a beard, large black with gray beard down to the middle of his chest, slicked black gray hair. Never want to meet Hector's dad. And he walks forward and examines the damage, looks at all of you, and he simply looks and goes, "All of you, follow."
I want one of them.
He points, he looks at one, he goes, "That one." And paladins just go, "Where to?" "The chamber." And he starts leading you. "The rest of you, come now."
For a minute, 39 totally disregards this guy. She is trembling from pain she's never felt before.
Fel goes over to her. Are you okay?
Fine. And she's gonna push through that sensation that she's realizing is going to continue to be a problem. She's
No.
gonna start.
Fel, 39. What you're doing? Don't. We need you to feel whatever you're feeling right now. I know what you're doing. I do it a lot. I just... What we saw, what that woman was...
You are misunderstanding. I've never had so much as a paper cut. And ever since I've met all of you, I'm learning my tolerance is not as high as I had hoped.
Join the club.
I think we all struggle with that, but the point is that whatever that woman was, whatever you feel, if you must categorize it, it can be useful.
She's gonna very slowly, still trembling a little bit, and caress Felicity's cheek.
That is something I am very good at.
And she's going to walk over to where the ashes of what was left of 33, and this little white laurel grows out from the ashes as she casts Druidcraft. She just whispers,
"Good night, Laurel."
And then she will start following the High Seeker.
Okay. So the High Seeker leads you guys further in, and he leads you not to the large castle, but to a temple of Adon right before, and opens the doors. And you guys see Kylan on a table, and they're healing him, and he seems to be, even though he's healing, writhing and screaming in pain as he's being healed. Like, which is very uncommon. Like, normally that...
Yeah.
Got something for that, Colin?
Colin might have this.
I would. I've seen a lot of really messed up things. Is this, while uncommon, is this okay, or is this a part of? Are they earnestly healing him, or is there an effect causing him pain through the healing?
It seems that he's healing, but the wounds instantly go back to what they were.
Okay, I want to know if I know of any, I suppose, dark magic, basically, that would cause that.
Oh yeah, it killed you last time.
Huh.
Fel's gonna stick near Colin. What's going on?
Colin usually looks like grumpy, but he looks actually angry now. Just says, I've seen things like this before. And it didn't end well for me the last time I saw it.
What is it exactly?
Cole, feel free to correct me if I go off base with this, but as I know it, it is some sort of magic that the wounds last and persist, and if what happened to me is anything to go by, he's going to die.
How did you beat it?
I didn't.
What do you mean?
He just looks down at Felicity, looks her right in the eye. I died. It killed me.
Well, then how are you here now?
That is exactly what I'd like to find out. He knows who brought me back this time, and I need him to live.
I wish I could help.
I'll look to the healers and ask them, do you have anything to remove curses?
They just kind of look around and they're like, well, yes, not magic, but we do have an elixir.
If I was rested, I could.
I would try it.
And one of them says, send for it, and she runs and
Is this a
opens the
lore
cover.
that I'd be familiar with? Like any
You've never seen this character.
fantasy? Okay.
I feel like lesser restoration wouldn't do anything.
Mm-mm.
Is this something I would have studied?
Yep.
Can I make a...
Do I know what's going on, or should I roll? Or
Give me a history check, 39.
I have the same question, given who Karina's family is.
You might have dealt with it, but never in person. So you can still make a history check, but the DC will be a little higher.
23.
I haven't seen it.
This is a curse known as Blightfang. It starts by eating away the person's body, and then they die. And if they are left dead long enough, they come back in a more wolven form. The creatures that come from this are called wolvers. They're very rare. And I guess you guys can kind of fill in the blanks on why Cullen didn't come back as a wolf monster.
Do I...
Sorry, go ahead, Cullen.
Do I have any memory of who cursed me with it the last time I died, or is it? I imagine it all might be a bit hazy.
Give me the best history check you can.
You know what? To make it the best history check I can, I'm going to use my last use of knowledge from a past life.
I was hoping you would.
It's super appropriate. It would have been awkward if I'd already used it all.
While he's doing that, would I know if this is something that an individual could keep control over, or is it their mind would just...
Their mind would just
be
go.
Blight, got it.
27 history check.
You remember explicitly who killed you. The memory, you had lost it before when you came back this time, but seeing Kylan in the same shape you were in, it floods back. And you know that the man who killed you's name was Kilakzul.
Kilakzul.
Kilak''ZUL. And
a curse.
And you know he had a pet green dragon. That's what caused the curse on you.
If I had rested, I have a spell that can remove curses. I don't know how much long he has.
The one cleric who was sent, she's like tearing apart a cupboard looking for something, and she runs back and she goes, "It's gone?"
Of course it is.
The High Seeker walks in and he just looks at Kylan and looks at them and he just goes. He reaches into his chest and like into his skirt, and you hear her crunching noise. And he pulls out some things that look like iron barbs. And he puts each of them into one of Kylan's wounds. And he says, "Try now." And they cast their spells as Kylan writhes in pain, screaming at the top of his lungs. But the wounds do close. And the barbs disintegrate.
Will that have removed the curse?
He looks and goes, "It'll delay it."
You're in a city full of paladins. How is none able?
We're a little expended at the moment.
Or perhaps your faith is not as strong as you thought.
He looks you dead in the eye. He goes, "You of all people know Godfrey chooses when to give his aid."
We can. I can try to heal him if we have a delayed time. I just need a little rest.
He goes, "Take the girl to her sister." And Koragar walks up and just puts a hand on your shoulder and he just goes, "On with me, girlie."
By herself, without any of us.
I'll go with her.
Very well.
She just looks between you guys, and you can tell she doesn't want to go. She looks very scared.
You can stay
Needs
with
to
us.
stay.
She doesn't need to go to her sister. We can protect her.
Or we all go with her.
If we're no use here.
He goes,
Give me a
"Fine.
moment.
You may all go, except you." And he points at Karina.
Why?
"I need a word with the granddaughter of Tierna." And Colin, you know that name very well.
That's not good.
You fought alongside Tierna a couple lives ago.
Colin looks over at Karina and just nods and just goes, "That makes sense."
She is a spitting image of her grandmother.
Then he goes, "Oh, how did I not realize it? Of course. Death does funny things."
Karina's been holding herself fully upright, like there's nothing wrong, but she doesn't wear sleeves, so it's very obvious that her skin she is scorched. And she just nods silently. Gingerly holding her spear, she's not leaning on it or anything, just
The rest of you do what you like.
I'll go over and cure wounds.
Don't waste your strength.
It is not a waste.
I'm fine.
You're not fine.
Let her feel useful, Karina.
You don't need to humor me. 15.
While all of this conversation is happening, can Kara head over to the cabinet that was being torn through? Can I look to see if it was tampered with or if there's any evidence left behind of where it might have gone?
There is a quick carving of a faded sun.
Karina, are you okay talking to him alone? Do you want me to leave Cullen with you?
It's fine. Go, rest, so you can
I'm not going to
do
be able
what
to
you need
rest.
here.
I just...
You need to rest to be able to do what you need to do. I know. Trust me.
Come back soon, okay? And she's gonna like... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish what you're gonna say.
She's gonna look at Cullen. You seem to have some recognition. And she's like whispering this. Can you stay back just for a little bit?
I can do that.
Thank you. And she'll join the others.
I'll hover by the door.
Gotcha. So, Gideon looks and he yells, I want every cleric rested and able. We're going to need at least 7 of you to fix this. He then looks to... Zid's been there the whole time. You guys haven't seen him. He goes, Ada needs to be told. So he goes, can someone else tell her?
I will.
And he looks at you and he goes,
I'm a
fine.
sister.
Fine. We'll roleplay that in a second. So you go off. The Koragar is like gently leading you towards Ada's room. And Ellen, were you staying behind or were you staying with her?
I'm staying behind. I'm keeping an eye on the conversation, but I'm not so. I don't want to be so much of a presence that like I'm obvious in the conversation. I'm in the room, basically, is what I'm saying.
Gotcha. So, Karaku, Nixon 39, y'all are still in the main room with Kaz and Hector. And Karaku, you were looking through that cupboard. So y'all are where Kylan's body is.
Can I also ask a nearby paladin? It's like, can one of you take me to the chamber?
They kind of look and they're like, we're sorry, sir. Only... And Hector walks up. Take him to the chamber. If my father complains, tell him I said so. Wait, right?
Thank you, Hector.
Along you go. And leads you off. And before you go through with his father, Karina, Hector like stops for a second and he just looks at you and goes, thank you. And then he walks over to Nix, where Nix and 39 are, and just stands there looking at Kylan's body with them, I guess.
Staring.
And Cullen, you can make out this conversation. Gideon is not talking too low, and he looks up and he goes, can you explain something to me?
Talking to us?
He's talking to Karina.
Oh, okay.
And he looks dead serious.
I can try.
He pulls out a sword you know very well and stabs it into the table. Why did an eagle arrive with this today? No note, no nothing.
That... I don't know. I don't know.
He
I haven't
paces
seen that
and
in 2 years.
a long sword. Cullen, what you can see, you recognize this sword in a heartbeat, Cullen. This is the sword that Tierna used to seal Fenrir when she died. And you also died.
Yeah.
So, a couple lives ago, but still. But you recognize the sword instantly. And Karina, you notice that another one of the runes is not glowing now.
So that's 4 of the 7.
Mm-hmm. Gideon just goes, I need you to explain what that means. And he points to the blank runes.
I'm gonna look over at Kylan's hopefully now resting form. If he's right, it means that the seals are breaking. that Fenrir is breaking loose.
He grits his teeth. He looks up and he just says, well, then I guess you and your friends have volunteered. Go protect one of them.
You don't really understand. I'm not the one who's supposed to be using
You're
that.
all we have. And if your grandmother sent this, which I'm not even sure she did, as your sister's name was the only thing on a letter.
My mother or my grandmother?
Mother, sorry.
Sorry. I'm like, whoa, wait. Things
Well,
just got really weird.
if your mother sent this, which I don't even know if she did because your sister's name was on the letter and nothing else.
I thought there was a letter.
He holds it up and it simply has your sister's name on it. He says, you have two options, and you know where one of the seals is. It's at your home. So you can either go back, or you can go to one of the other two seals. Get your rest with your friends. I know you have other things to do. But make this a priority of sorts. If you please.
What do I do when I get to the seal? What do we do?
He sheathes the sword and hands it to you and goes,
she takes a step back for half a second, not.
And he goes, your self-doubts will have to wait, girl. And he pushes it into your chest and says, you're the only one who can do it now. Or you can go home and give it back to mommy.
When he says that, Cullen shifts a little bit just to make it known that he is in the room.
Gideon looks directly at you, Cullen, and just and then just turns back and he looks down and he goes, now, I have an assault to fend off, according to Sid. So, take some rest, discuss if you have any other things you need doing, I understand. But keep an eye on the runes.
Did he give me the paper that had the writing on it?
Mm-hmm.
Do I recognize that handwriting?
It vaguely resembles your sister's, but looked like it was written in half a second. In a rush.
She grabs the sword just only to not drop it and turns to, she's just standing there. I don't even think she remembers where everybody went at this point.
Gideon just goes, Hector. And yes, cue the Troy memes.
Cullen will kind of gesture at Karina, kind of out the door where the rest of the group is.
And Hector walks in and he...
A very gentle hand motion, sorry.
No, you're good. Hector walks in, he notices Karina looks shaken, and he just goes, yes, father? He goes, we have planning to do. Closes the door behind you. Hector closes the door and he takes another look at Karina and 39 and he grabs you real quick, Cullen, and he goes, make sure they get rest. Would you?
Aye.
Good. And now, before the end of the session, we're going to pan over to Felicity. So the door, Koragar looks at you and he goes, sure you're ready to go.
I don't have a choice.
He opens the door, and as soon as Ada sees you, she runs out, gives you a giant hug, and she goes, Felicity Nicobliss, if I have to worry about you dying one more time this week... She just looks at you, she goes, why are you so pale? What happened? Are you hurt? And she starts examining you. Are you hurt?
I'm injured, but I'll be fine.
Before you can even say that, she pulls you inside and immediately starts like she does a lay on hands on your... So she's like, you need to be more careful.
I know.
And you heal 65 hit points.
Well, she's full health now. That's good.
Paladins.
I know, right? Where were you? She's
She goes, well, my oath of a husband insisted I not be in the fight.
Yes, and it's good that he did, because he's very hurt. And that not something that is in our expertise.
I'm sorry?
He's hurt at a very...
No
very
healers?
We're doing our best, but they said it was curse of some kind that corrodes and whatever potions to heal him, they're gone.
Her face turns white, and she doesn't even say anything to you, and she just leaves and starts
Felicity
booking.
tries to stop her.
Koragar puts a hand on your shoulder and goes, don't get in her way, boss. Get some rest.
And then you just
He goes, I'm charged to protect you, but... And the little Drake walks up and goes, go get mama. And the Drake follows Ada. And he goes, I'll be outside. I don't think you want to be in your space. And he gently leads you over to a table with some food and water and walks out and just closes the door.
And as he does that, as he closes the door, you just hear this unhindered scream of just agony and frustration, and then it just goes silent.
Koragar just... And Cullen, you and Korean are now back with the rest, but we'll say you guys do a short rest, and we'll say after a few hours of watching them try to stabilize Kylan, Karaku's the only one not there. We'll roleplay Karaku's thing at the beginning of next session. They lead you back, Felicity, and Ada is like in tears. Koragar is like holding her, and Gideon is...
Was it enough time for a short rest?
Yes, so you have your spell.
Can she immediately run to try to get back to him?
Gideon stops you and he goes, take your place in the circle, Bliss. And there are several clerics circled around Kylan. And the head cleric, she just goes, we have to do it at the same time. And even then, there's a chance it won't work if we don't put all of our power into it.
I will do what I can.
So you all stand there, and I'm going to guess you use your spell?
Yeah.
Kylan's got to do a roll for me. And he rolled a natural 20. The curse is immediately broken in his body terms, and for a moment, 39 and Nyx, you two and Felicity specifically see silver scales on his arm briefly, and his ASMR wings flash out as angel wings, and they briefly shimmer as silver dragon wings, and then pull back into his body. And he stands up, he's like, and he just looks around and he just goes, how does this feel?
Felicity's just shaking and she just falls to her
slaps
knees.
him in the face.
As she should.
And she's like, if you ever scare me into thinking I will be a single mother again, I'm taking your sword and I'm doing all the fighting for you. He's like, what? I'll give it to Koragar. And he just goes, okay. Kylan looks around the room. He sees Felicity freaking out. He sees all of you looking at him, except Karaku. And he walks up to Cullen. He looks at you. He looks at him and he just goes, Britta, Tierna's daughter. That is who brought you back.
Interesting.
And from what I was told, it was a a debt her mother owed you.
It's here now.
You hear that, Karina?
Oh.
Panic over there. I saw like a full stages of grief kind of thing going on.
It kept freezing on my screen, so I just saw her like in several like. So yeah, Colin, you instantly, and tracking who Karina is, you put the dots together.
Names.
Did Karina see the wings thing or no? Honestly, never mind.
She would have been too checked out.
Yeah,
and Felicity was too happy that Kylan was alive.
No,
She saw it.
39's noticing a pattern.
Cullen
saw it.
Cullen gives Karina like the strongest side eye, like
Guy's just Kratos.
I don't even know she like even with her high passive perception, she's so like she's sitting on like a bench or on the ground watching. Like she went out to help, just be there for like she had enough mindset of we should be there while Felicity tries and does this to support. But other than that,
Felicity's like shaking, burnt out from the spell.
Yeah,
like,
but she is as if it's like a viper holding the sword. And if you'll allow me, Cole, you'll notice the spear is, those of you who were in the room when she got there, the spear wood of the haft was burned up. There's no way it would have survived that fire blast. So that's, she was holding it together basically, and it's gone, and only the spear tip is now shoved in her belt, and she's like just holding this sword like it is utterly terrible. Like she's afraid it's gonna bite her, and she's just sitting there not even paying attention at this point, clueless, just staring down at it.
So, seeing all this, Gideon walks down and he looks at Kylan and goes, "Wolfrot, my office." And Kylan goes to move, and Ada goes, "No," to Kylan, and Koragar stands up, gets in Gideon's face, and goes, "As his vassal, you can talk to me until he's better." And there's like a stare down between these two Goliathsmen, and Gideon just goes, "Fine, follow me, Frostfade." And he leads him off to his office, and Hector walks up, and he just walks up to Kylan and he goes, "Don't you ever go down on me again, boss. Can't lead this rabble without you." And Kylan goes, yeah, get your ass sorted out. And they share a little like glancing smile as Ada is crying and still like squeezing Kylan's arm. And 39, you very clearly, what are you doing with, and Nyx, what are you two doing with what you saw?
Making a mental note that Edith Bliss has a thing for marrying her daughters off to dragons.
Is he a dragon?
He may not be a full dragon, but there's something going on there.
Yeah, do I notice anything like further about it, or was it just when
Give me a survival check, Nyx.
survival? Okay.
You're good at that.
Interesting reaction.
Interesting. Okay.
It is a natural thing.
Nat 20, so 27.
It is a natural thing.
So you pick up, and you can tell from his mental state, this boy thinks he's an ASMR, but you can tell that was very clear signs of being a half dragon. Now you don't know if Kylan knows that he's half dragon, but you very clearly pick up, But you've never
39's already jumped to conclusions. Once she knew the other Bliss daughter was married to a gold dragon, it just made sense.
Don't want to tell Felicity that.
So
might bring it up later when we're not.
Yeah.
She's on the ground, like, you know, why not?
Hey, you want more information?
So we'll say Kylan just looks young. What do you go back to your rooms? And Ada just goes, "You're coming home now," and just drags him. She goes, "Felicity, go with your friends. I'll see you in the morning."
Speaking of, where's Care?
Care, we'll sit.
I just
Sid walks
messaged
up.
you. I just messaged you.
I know. Sid just goes, oh, he went back to y'all's little tavern. Y'all's little inn.
Insight
The
check.
inn or the tavern.
Give me.
They are not the same place.
He went back to the inn. I saw him walking that way.
That's a 25 insight check.
Ooh! Yeah,
He's got
he's
a
telling you the
6+.
truth. He goes, he is cleaning blood off himself.
Oh. All
How
right.
bloody was Care when we?
He wasn't
He was
bloody at all.
He was
Yeah.
clean when he left.
Singed, but not bloody.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you all just head back to the inn?
What time is it?
It's about 6 p.m. at this
Oh.
point. Or no,
Don't care.
we started at night. It's about 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marina, like once we're all moving, she'll follow the group, and once we get to the end, she's beelining for her room.
Yeah. Felicity, you
trust
do
that.
notice that the little blue drake is following you, Felicity.
More
I'm
bodyguards.
not your mother. I'm not your mother.
And before you leave, Felicity, you notice Kaz is not in the room. And one of the clerics walks up and she goes, Lady Bliss, the boy was showing signs.
What?
Come back to us tomorrow. We may have more info. We don't have much for you now.
No, if he's here being detained, I will find him now.
He's not being detained. He is, we sent him back to his room, but we have a healer with him, and they asked not to be disturbed.
Felicity.
If I'm there, could I insight check that person?
You can.
Yes, 39.
I have no room for the night. I can for at least
It's
the
14.
first 4 hours. Sit outside the door and just listen.
So with 14, Cullen, you can tell that they're definitely being honest that they're trying to help him, but they're hiding something.
When 39 says that, I'll say, and I'll take the other 4 hours.
Thank you. Where's Care?
So as you guys walk back into the inn doors, you find Care leaning against the counter, cleaning blood off his knife.
Felicity's just looking
time.
at him.
What was that, Nix?
I said productive time.
39's probably not there, right? She would have stayed to go.
They're staying with Kaz now.
Are you all right?
No responses from Nix and Karina.
So,
What were you doing?
Gathering information.
What did you gather?
We need to rest.
I don't
need
want
to
to
think.
rest.
I know you don't, but you need to.
Care
So do I.
to give me something.
The Faded Sun is my next target. They're the ones that stole the elixir. They're the ones that have orchestrated all of this. If you want a name, Estana, just remember that name.
And with that, that's episode 4 of Chronicles of Ravira, folks at home. We're going to pick up where we left off next session with some interesting connections being formed between our guest character and Lady Karina.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Who knows? Jacob's
Who
like,
can
I
say?
don't. Jacob's like, I don't.
No idea.
The minute
No
you
idea.
described the designs on his arms and stuff, I almost asked, and it was just like things were moving too fast. And I was like, "Yeah, it's fine. It's fine."
So, since y'all haven't leveled up in a while, and I put y'all through some trauma today, not only will y'all get a level, I will be a generous DM. 2 levels.
Woo!
Guys, I just want to say I've put in so much work for these levels, and I really feel like I've earned these.
You deserve it.
You kind of did solo the young dragon to an extent.
Everyone here is just like, every single character is just like, plot, backstory, and Nick's just like, this is very interesting.
You know, I
Me
felt that,
learning
I
going
felt
into
that
the
way
city.
for the first two episodes, and then I went, oh god.
Just your vibing. I'm like,
Well, I also feel like Storm, you're also probably kind of like waiting, like, oh, I can't wait for when it's Nyx's turn.
I'm vibing this way. I mean, it still kind of fits them too, with like.
Don't worry,
in the
it lulls
background
you into a
listening.
false sense of security. I'm gonna throw that at you.
Well, with that chat, folks at home, we will see you guys next time down by the lakeside.